Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the chambers. It's been a while. Good to see everybody and glad to have you here. Before I call the meeting order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. This is the regular session on April 28th, 2022 for our planning and zoning. I will now call this meeting to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Good evening. Roll call. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson. Kane.
Here.
Markley.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Garner.
Here. Tonight's invocation is going to be given by Pastor Sullivan, followed by the pledge of allegiance. Pastor Sullivan, if you please come forward.
Let us pray. Father God, we come to you in the name of Jesus at this time to give you thanks and to give you praise for seeing us through another day. We realize, Lord, if it had not been for you, we wouldn't have made it this far. So we give you praise and give you glory. And as I come, Lord, it's our desire that you would be in the midst of this meeting, Father. We pray, Heavenly Father, that all things be done decently and in order. We pray, Heavenly Father, for peace to reign, wisdom, knowledge. We pray, Heavenly Father, for the truthfulness of your word, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for all who are here. And we just ask, Lord, that you will bless each and every household, even the ones that are listening online, Father. We give you glory and honor. Be with the mayor and his staff. Be with all the commissioners and all the leaders of this community. We ask this, Father, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Sullivan. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
There were no revisions to tonight's agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. Clerk? Tonight we have two distinct parts to our meeting. The planning and zoning portion will be handled first, followed by the regular commission meeting. I ask the clerk to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor, CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. Option 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. It can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. It can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item that to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of people who are here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch them to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you are joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on tonight's agenda?
Do any commissioners have disclosures? Commissioner Bynum?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have heard from proponents and opponents of item A1 on non-consent. That is change of zone 2021-051. Also on non-consent A2, change of zone 2022-001. And peripherally to those two items includes B1, VAC 2022-001, C1, MPL 2021-028, and C2, MPL 2022-001.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had contact with proponents and opponents on non-consent COC 2021-051, VAC 2022-001, and MPL 2021-028.
Thank you. Commissioner McKinney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to make things simple, on non-consent, I've had contact with proponents and opponents of A1, A2, B1, C1, and C2.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, all. I have had contact with proponents and opponents on the non-consent agenda concerning change of zone 2021-051, vacation 2022-001, and MLP 2021-028.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Mayor. On the consent agenda, A1, that's COZ 2022-0-012. On the non-consent, same as some of the others, the A1, COZ 2021-051, both opponents and proponents, and COZ 2022, item number 2-001, proponents and opponents. Part B, the VAC 2022-001, both proponents and opponents. And then C1 and C2 of the review of applications, and I'll name them all, 2021-028, 2022-001, both proponents and opponents, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Markley?
Thanks, Mayor. Non-consent agenda items A1, B1, and C1, opponents and proponents.
Thank you. Commissioner King?
Same as Markley's.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had conversations with proponents and opponents of A1, B1, and D1. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stikes?
On non-consent, proponents and opponents of A1, B1, and C1.
Thank you. As for the mayor, I've had proponents and opponents of planning and zoning non-consent changes on applications C0Z2 021-051, as well as B, which is VAC 2022-001, as well as C, MPL 2021-028.
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone application, COZ 2022-012, Matt Tomasic with Police Athletic League. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to RP5 Planned Apartment District to construct a pickleball court at 800 North Fifth Street. Recommended for approval. Special use permit applications, SP 2022-003, Pete Davis Jr. with Auto Plug LLC. Renewal of special use permit for a car dealership and auto repair at 1830 Quindaro Boulevard. Recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-019, Joe Hendrick with Cactus Bed Properties LLC. Renewal of special use permit for a short-term rental at 4313 Rainbow Boulevard. Recommended for approval for 1 year. SP 2022-029, Tina Alonge with 913 LLC. Special use permit for alcohol sales and live music inside and out of the building at 6102 State Avenue. Recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-034, Dr. Jessica Dane with Piper School District USD 203. Renewal of special use permit to continue to use a modular building with 8 classrooms at Piper Middle School at 4420 North 107th Street. Recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-036, Manuel Gonzalez with Manilow Auto Sales. Special use permit for an automotive dealership with light repairs at 401 Kansas Avenue. Recommended for approval for 2 years. Vacation application, VAC 2021-012, Chris McNutt. Vacation of right-of-way at 3801 Lloyd Street. Recommended for approval. Historic design application, HD 2022-001, Shelley Cutchlow with Antioch Baptist Church. Consideration of historic designation and the Emmanuel Baptist Church at 1335 Quindaro Boulevard. Recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a security business office at 428 North Fifth Street. Recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of security office trailer at 8130 Call Drive. Recommended for approval. An ordinance rezoning property at 428 North Fifth Street from R1B Single Family District to R2B Two Family District. Recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a dirt fill at 1215 Merriam Lane. Recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to allow the continuation of 2 concrete pits or sampling of a variety of pipes for training at 8535 Riverview Avenue. Recommended for approval. And an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for short-term rental at 527 Tenney Avenue. Recommended for approval. That represents all of the items on tonight's consent agenda, Mayor.
Thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any items on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside an item. If so, please come to the podium, state your name and city for record, and the agenda item to be set aside.
Commissioner Mike Kane, move for approval.
Stites, second.
Prior to those motions, I'll ask the clerk if anyone joining virtually has their hands raised to set aside an item.
Seeing none, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Next is our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. Clerk, could you read A1? Okay.
Mayor, we need staff to make remarks under the change of zone application items there for that A1 down through the other two, BAC and C1.
Yes, A1C 0Z2 2021 051 B1, VAC 2022-001, and C1, MPL 2021-028. Mark Mobley with Sunflower Development. Under the change of zoning application, item number 1 is C0Z 2021-051, Mark Mobley, for a change of zone from R1 B single family and CO non-residential business district to RP6 Plan High Rise Apartment District for 148 unit apartment complex at 10th South Hadlock, 525 Central Avenue and 529 Central Avenue. Also related to this property is item number B1, number VAC 2022-001, vacation of the right-of-way, and item number C1, Master Plan Amendment, MPL 2021-028, from urban density to high-density residential. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6-1. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, everybody hear me? Hello? Sorry. Hello. It might be my mask. I apologize. How about now? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As you noted, changes on 2021-051 is being heard tonight in conjunction with vacation 2022-001 and Master Plan Amendment 2021-028. This is a redesign from proposed multifamily apartment complex rezoning from R1 to RP6, urban density to high density residential, as well as vacation of the public right of way. This is in the central area master plan, specifically just south of the intersection, south and east of the intersection of 6th and Central. Staff has received multiple communications in support and multiple communications in opposition to this case. There are no notices of violation on the current property. There's a multiple conditions of approval as noted in the staff report. I'll highlight just a few of them this evening. Specifically, two primary issues related to public comment were the traffic at 6th and Central, as well as the creation of a mixed income community as identified in the Central Area Master Plan, which was recently approved in the fall of 2020. Staff added two conditions of approval related to that, namely that if and when this moves forward to a development agreement, that the applicant will work with the Economic Development Department to develop an agreement in their public benefit to address the redesign of 6th and Central. Staff also believes that this is an opportunity to create the identified gateway as noted in the Central Area Master Plan as you arrive along the corridor from the east. The second condition of approval of specific note is also related to the potential hearing of the development agreement with economic development as it relates to the mixed income community. The Central Area Master Plan has a couple of conversations in it throughout related to displacement, affordability, and mixed income. We believe that that can and should be addressed in the public benefit conversation as it relates to the development agreement if it moves forward accordingly. Staff has worked extensively with the applicant and the neighborhood. We've worked on a couple of different redesigns as it relates to the height, massing, sight lines, and other site improvements and pedestrian connectivity. There is a nexus as defined in our review of the traffic analysis for improvements at 6th and Central, although the applicant is not wholly responsible for the redesign or cost thereof to redo said intersection. They do have to follow the multi-family design guidelines. And earlier this month, the Board of Zoning Appeals denied BOZA case 2022-016, which is a parking variance. There are multiple ways the applicant could address that issue moving forward as it relates to the unit mix. The current zoning code requires 1.5 parking spaces per two family. So if they removed all of the two family bedrooms, that would not get them enough based on the current supply of parking as designed in this entitlement. So therefore, staff believes some combination of a change in the unit mix,
addition of off-street parking on site and or reduction in units is required. All of those changes, we believe, will address concerns raised by the community, specifically to massing. If you look along 6th Street in particular, on one side of the street, the west side of the street, you have a 1-story single-family home. On the other side of the street, you would have the 6 stories of the apartment complex. This is built into the hill site. It is technically 8 stories. So from Central or from the freeway, it'll look like 8 stories. From 6th Street, based on the grade change in the development, it'll look like 6 stories. That is still a stark change from one side of the street to the other. Again, we believe all of these issues, because they do not expand or exacerbate any of the issues as defined in this change of zone application, can be and should be heard in a final development plan. Essentially, final development plans follow up and take care of all these the nuances of the architecture and any additional design decisions. There are several triggers that would move this case back to preliminary development plan. Again, none of the ones identified today we believe are being triggered back to Planning Commission as necessary. I'll go through a couple of these slides as we kind of have our conversation. Again, specifically in the Central Area Master Plan, there were 3 sites across the entire area that were identified as catalytic sites. One of those sites is not this site. It is one block. Staff does recognize this is a significant change in a master plan category and the zone related to that, but with all the conditions of approval, staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to come to the podium, present the application. Please state your name and address for record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group, 1125 Grand Boulevard, Suite 202, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108. With me, I've got Tom Propstall. I'll let him introduce himself.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tom Propstall, address 1615 Baltimore, Kansas City, Missouri.
And then I might ask our attorney, Pete Heaven, was not able to make it. He is on the call. If he could raise his hand to be promoted in case he does need to speak at some point during this. So thank you for the time. Thank you for everyone in the room. It's a lot of people and we expected that. So no shock there. And we do appreciate the discussion, both the pros and the cons, because we do think it makes a better project. We do think the conversations we've had over the last really 6 months are going to turn out to be something. I hope that maybe we're not all going to win, but it's going to be something we can at least say we worked through. Slide. Are you running the slide, Gunnar? Slide. Again, Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group. I'm going to keep this as brief as I can. There is a lot of information to cover, so bear with me. Jason Swords is our principal. I'm the Director of Development Partner at Sunflower Development Group. You've probably heard our company. We were the New Market Tax Credit Consultant on the Merck. We are the developer for the Margaritaville Resort out at the former Schlitterbahn site. And then we have a couple of forthcoming proposals for affordable housing in the UG. So you'll likely be seeing us in the near future. With me tonight is Skyline Property Development. Tom Propst will introduce himself. He is with Generator Studios. You can see their resume on the screen. They did Taco Republic, Margaritaville Resort. They are the design lead, and then he is leading the design of the Kansas City current National Women's Soccer Team Stadium. Steve Simpson is also here as well with Skyline Development. Steve's been a property owner in KCK since 2016. Tom and Steve together own the property currently. I also have Spencer Fain, our law firm, with me. Matthew Wine is in the audience, and Pete Heaven is on the call. Next. I'm going to turn it over to Tom for the next few slides.
Thanks again. Appreciate it. I want to take a few minutes to walk you through the design and familiarize you with the project. So as most of you know, this image is from 6th and Central. We're basically standing at about Chicago's Bar, looking south. 6th Street goes up the hill. And then the property, as you see there, is currently hilly and treed. When Steve and I bought the parcel, we saw the opportunity for this site to be a marquee gateway project here on this site. And so we're excited to talk about this project tonight as such. Next slide. This is a slightly different view going up in the air, if you will, with a drone shot looking at the trees around the neighborhood, as well as the existing building that's on there that Steve and I own, which is the former Alvarez Law Firm, and has gone through a series of vacancies and then occupancy and vacancies over time. Next slide. So this planning diagram shows the current state of the site. And of note, so the site itself is in the dashed line, as you can see. The red area is currently zoned CPO, and that does allow us to build to 12 stories as it's currently zoned. We don't want to build to 12 stories though. Then adjacent to that, to the west, the yellow site is single-family residential. And then north of there, that heads up to Central Avenue, that's also a land bank property. So that's currently with the land bank. We've been in discussions with them about this project as well, of course, as we consolidate the site into one development. Again, as Gunnar and Planning had mentioned, the master plan amendment, the change of zone, and in particular, the area in white that you see beneath the dash line is the vacation area that currently is with unified government. And in essence, it was leftover land from the interchange over time that has never been addressed. Next slide. So this is another view of the site. What's important here, and we want to recognize the businesses in the area. We wouldn't be here today talking about this project if it wasn't for all the great work of the businesses and their success, from Slaps Barbecue to Chicago's and Split Log Coffee. These businesses have created motion, and we're excited to help contribute to that motion in this neighborhood. It's very important to us to continue to do that. Next slide. Mark.
Some facts about the project. This will represent a $40 million total investment in the urban core of Kansas City, Kansas. We have reduced the unit count. Gunnar mentioned there was a couple of ways for us to move forward without the BOZA approval. We were at 142 units when we appeared in front of the BOZA. Tonight, we're at 129 units. I'm going to walk you through that reduction. And a reduction does not require us to go backwards. We can move forwards with a smaller project. And so today we have 18 studio units, 103 one-bedroom units, and 8 two-bedroom units. So we did not get rid of all the two-bedroom units. They fit nicely at certain areas of the building. We do think there is a market demand for a two-bedroom unit, whether that be roommates, families, somebody that wants an office as a second bedroom, but we are primarily studio and one-bedroom units. We have 120 parking spaces in our 2 levels of parking garage, and then we have a 16-stall surface parking lot on our site as well. That equates to 136 total parking spaces. So 129 units with 136 parking spaces provided. We are parked +3 over code, so we no longer need that parking variance. And I do want to just stress that we have made that concession by figuring out a way to still have a financially viable project with reducing unit count. No residents or businesses displaced other than the property that Tom and Steve currently own. We'll show you how the existing sightlines are maintained for the surrounding businesses and homeowners, and actually have continued to get more impactful, where you can see that we're not impacting those sightlines with the reduction in unit count. We have major investment planned in the surrounding utilities, particularly the aging sewer lines. We understand the state of those sewer lines and the water lines. That's part of our project budget. There's a third-party traffic study that we've submitted to the unified government. It shows minimal impact on daily traffic. In fact, it shows we will increase traffic by less than 1%. We believe this will spur improvements for the pedestrian and vehicle access at the intersection of 6th and Central. Mr. Hand alluded to that. We do want to be a part of that and be a catalyst for change at the 6th and Central intersection. We believe this fills a market rate multifamily housing gap that exists in the area today. And with an increased number of residents, that drives increased economic development. That's a sales tax base. With more people living in the neighborhood, you have more people spending dollars. Sales tax goes up. Next slide. A little zoom in on our project footprint. There's a couple things I want to point out here. As you come off of Central onto 6th Avenue, today it is 2 ways so that you can get onto Halleck. What we are proposing is that 2-way gets extended up the street to our surface parking lot, but no further than that. 6th Street would remain a 1-way street to the bump out that you see there with the arrow on the bottom left of the slide. And that allows us to access not only our parking garage, the second level of our parking garage, but also the 16 surface spaces. If you turned off of Central onto 6th and swung around Halleck, you would drive by our community park that is planned in front of the building and go up the hill to where you could access the first level of parking or go on up the hill further to the second level of parking. On this map, you will not see parallel parking plan for Halleck. We have removed that. We have heard the concern about safety, about fire truck access, about school bus access. That is no longer part of this plan. There is a section in white where parking spaces could go. That is not on our property. We would love to talk about that with staff and the Planning Commission should we move forward. Next slide. We're going to quickly go through our floor plan. So the first level is parking. You can see on the right there, there is a FEMA rated shelter. So we have protection for our residents. On the right side is the second level of parking, almost identical. And the second floor of that FEMA shelter would be our fitness room. The elevators access the first and second level, and we have 2 stair towers at both levels. Next. Then you get to the third level of the project, which is the first level of units. You can see the light blue are our studio units, the dark blue are our 1-bedroom units, and then the 2-bedroom units, actually there's none on this, they're the darker blue there in the corner. We have some common areas programmed throughout the building. This would be the level where deliveries would come in and pedestrian foot traffic would primarily enter the building. And then we do have some green space programmed as well for our residents. Next slide. This is the floor plan for levels 4 through 6. It is the same each level. I won't spend a lot of time on that, but you can see the nice mix of units throughout the project. Level 7. Next slide, please. And this is where we start to change the building a little bit. You'll notice at the west side, there's terraces programmed. So what we've done is we've chopped off units at the west side because what we've heard and we've started to internalize is and appreciate is that the mass of the building as you turn off of Central onto 6th is that 6-story big building directly across from a 1-level house. So what we're proposing is to cut the units back at the 7th floor so that when you're standing on the street and you look up, you will not see the 7th floor. That's what you're seeing here with those terraces. It's just rooftop. It is not covered. Go to the 8th and final top floor. And then further at the 8th floor, we'll set it back even more. And I'll show this better with a rendering. But what we're proposing here is not only a reduction in unit count so that we can fully park on the site, but also trying to understand and appreciate the mass of the building as it was originally submitted at 6th Street needs to change. And we're headed in that direction. Next slide. And here's a rendering of that. You've seen this picture before. We've updated it to show the setback at building at level 7 as well as level 8. So the important thing to understand is as you're on 6th Street, level 1 is underground. So you're not even going to know it's there. Level 2 is the entrance to the parking garage. But as you go up the top of the hill, you're above that at grade. So as you're sitting at the surface parking lot entrance, you'll see levels 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's a 4-story building. It's not an 8-story building towering over a 1-story building. So in addition to being built into the side of the hill, we've set it back to try to bring that mass down at that highest point of the project. You'll see some improvements here to 6th and Central. Those are for show only. We like the idea of pedestrians, of bicycles, perhaps a gateway element, the flag park renewal, if that's something that the stakeholders would like to see. We're going to talk a little bit about that after a bit. Next slide.
Thanks, Mark. We'd like to take a minute. When we were working with planning on some of the concerns of the neighborhood, one of the things we did is we initiated a sightline study to look at the impact of the building to the neighborhood. One of the biggest concerns was whether we might block views to the Russian Orthodox Church up at the top of the hill. And so we, again, with planning, initiated the study and looked at multiple locations, which we just want to talk about briefly and show you around the site a little bit. Next slide. So the first one is on 6th, looking at the corner of Central. Chicago's is to the left. We're looking up the hill towards the Russian Orthodox Church, or the Onion Dome of the Russian Orthodox Church, if you will. And as you can see in the existing photo at the top, due to the trees and vegetation, it's pretty hard to see the Onion Dome, but regardless, we do not block it from that access point. You can see that we've updated the plan for the massing of the building, as well as Mark just alluded to, that shows the step back of the building. One thing I would want to point out is that the lower part of the building on the architecture is all brick. So we want that to be all brick because it relates to the neighborhood. It relates to the old buildings that are up and down 6th Street and Central. So that's why we are choosing and selecting that material that you'll see there. And then above that, we go to a much lighter architectural material that begins to blend away into the sky. It's a lighter material, the sky is light, and it helps reduce the massing of the building. Next slide. A view from the top of the hill then, so from the church looking down, really no impact there because the building itself is sitting at the bottom of the hill. Next slide. So this is on Central Avenue towards the closed bridge looking westbound on Central. Again, we've boxed out where the onion dome is, and then we've dropped in the lower photo, the massing of the building. And this is just a basic massing diagram, no entourage or anything. Next slide. So then from 670, as you're heading westbound again, and you see I-70 there in the distance going underneath, you almost don't see the building. You just see the very corner of the building sitting there in the lower photo, on the lower photo to the right. Next slide. A couple other images then on the street. So this is up 6th Street, again, showing the step back of the massing, which we think works really well for the neighborhood. It is a big impact to pull the building back and in listening to the community feedback. It was a big move, and we think it was a very good one too as well. Next slide. And then again, looking down Central Avenue towards the east, you'll see the building there off in the distance. The end result of this is that we really couldn't find any sightlines that were blocked from anywhere. The existing homes up on 6th Street are all encased in heavy vegetation. That part of that vegetation is our site, so there really are no views coming out of there. We couldn't find any. Planning believes they have found one view for one of the homes across 6th that might be partially blocked, and that's fine if they found that. But we couldn't find any. And we also asked the neighborhood to find us images and send us photos where we could drop in the model and demonstrate what it might look like. Next slide. So then this is up Strawberry Hill looking south towards the project that you can see way off in the distance there. And again, you can see the step back of the building, the brick base, which remains dark and fits in with the vegetation and the light part of the building at the top. Next slide. This section is important for a couple different reasons. So what we've done is we're basically cutting a section down 6th Street. So it's like you take a loaf of bread, you slice it in half, and you look at the side of it. So we're doing that down 6th. And to the right are the existing homes. You can see how the hill goes steeply down. We're adding a retaining wall that helps as a buffer between the higher elevation and then where we cut in for the building. So the closest home at the top there is a 2-story, and then the roof itself. And you'll see, it's a little hard to make out, you'll see the top of the roof is in line with our 7th floor. So in spite of some of the comments there, the building is not looming over the homes over there. It's set as far away as possible from those homes. And in fact, it's actually at the same height as those homes up the hill. In addition to that, the buffer between the existing home and our project will be significant with new vegetation, with trees that will be planted there. So there'll be quite a bit of buffer between the homes and the project itself. Next slide. I'll hand it back to Mark. Thank you.
Last few slides. Thanks for bearing with us. It's comes as no shock that there's been a lot of public discussion and concerns about this project, so we wanted to address the concerns directly. So we'll run through these quickly. Insufficient parking has been number one. I think we've explained that we've reduced our unit count from the 148 original down to 129 units to reduce our required parking. No parking variance needed. All parking parked on site. The development will also commit to, and this is a big deal that we've heard feedback on, that each apartment rent will include one parking space. We've heard the concerns that our residents might move into the building, they'll rent apartment, they say, nah, I don't want to pay for an extra space. I don't have a car, I'll park elsewhere, and they'll end up on the street. We understand that concern, and so to address that, we will include a parking space with each apartment rent in the project. Traffic and safety issues, it's there today. I said at Chicago's last night, and we watched it, and it's not good. We'll make it under 1% worse. But we hope by doing our project, we are a catalyst to making it 10 times better. And to that end, we are committing to no less than a $250,000 contribution through a community benefit agreement to help start that process. What that looks like, we don't know. We just want to be a part of the conversation. Is it a study? Is it stoplights? Is it road speed bumps? The ideas are endless, but we would like to see something change there. We've added language, agreed to add language to our development agreement. You can see on the screen that commits us to that. And we think that that hopefully addresses the concerns that we see it as a problem, and we agree, and we want to be part of the solution. Next slide. The impact on sight lines and view corridors, I won't spend any more time on that. Tom ran you through those at the request of the planning staff. But I will remind that we have pulled the massing back at the top floors to address the sight lines further. Insufficient infrastructure to support the project. I hit on this. We've got over $1 million in our budget to increase and to upgrade the infrastructure at the site today to handle our units. I don't want toilets backing up in our apartment project any more than our neighbors do. And so we'll make sure that that's ran through planning accordingly and paid for on our dime. The building is too big, and we've heard that, and that's a very subjective term. But we appreciate that it is an 8-story building next to single family homes. I wouldn't be proposing this if it was at the top of the hill. We're at the base of Russian Hill. We're setting it inside of the hill. And so we do think that that, in addition to some of the changes that we've made to reduce the unit count and reduce the massing, help to somewhat address the too big concerns. And you'll see here what we've talked about already just in a narrative. Next slide. A lot of conversations recently about the exterior facade. We started out with a clay model. We call it a clay model. It's something they do in their computer that's very initial, no color, no form, no substance. It's just a massing plan, and it does look awful. We would never build that. That has sparked a lot of discussion about what this building will look like. So we evolved the rendering a bit to what we showed tonight, which is what it could be. Someone smarter than me said, you're at step 3 of step 50. We got a lot of steps left. And one of those steps is a lot of community engagement and a lot of outreach after tonight. We want to hear what the neighbors think this building could look like within budget, within reason, within code. And we're committing to doing that. We committed to language today with the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association that they would be part of that process and help be the conduit for which we would get neighborhood feedback. What you saw on the screen today is not what we're going to build. It will evolve, it will change, and we're confident of that. But we do know we want to fit as part of the character of the neighborhood. It lacks affordable housing. I do want to hit on this. It is not part of the requirement to do market rate housing in the UG. As a company, we support affordable housing. We do affordable housing, not only in Missouri and Kansas City, Missouri, but also in Kansas City, Kansas, and throughout the state of Kansas. We do not have affordable rents in this property. This is a market rate project. This is not a luxury project. It has been termed that many times. Luxury would be setting the market that doesn't exist today. We are looking to charge the market rents that other comparable properties are charging when we open. And so that's an important distinction. But in terms of affordable, the only thing I can say is we have gone heavy on studio units and 1-bedroom units, which have a more attainable rent than a large 1-bedroom or a large 2-bedroom, but it isn't by no means an affordable unit. However, in response to those concerns, we've committed to development agreement language that you'll see on the screen that we will support the work of the UG staff to create a mixed income community as proposed neighborhood benefit per the Central Area Master Plan. And I'm confident we can keep that word because we're already doing it. And we would love to see an affordable or a mixed income project come after this. Next slide. And this is the last slide. Bear with me, it's a lot of information. I'll run through it. There's some truths and there's some false that are out there. Eminent domain is being used. That is false. We are not eminent domaining anyone's property that currently owns private property. There was a traffic study we had done that showed a home not there. That was by no means what we were proposing. I want to make it clear that we are not using eminent domain. Fire trucks and school buses cannot access the site. They can access it today. The road is not getting smaller. We have removed those 5 parking spaces on Halleck because there was a concern about fire trucks and school buses. This is a high-rise code building, so we will be fully sprinklered, and we will ensure that KCKFD can access all points of our building. I've heard a lot recently that we've not engaged with the community. Again, subjective, I feel like that's false. We had a voluntary meeting. We've had the required neighborhood meetings. We attended the Central Avenue Betterment Association's meeting at their invitation. We attended the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association meeting at their invitation, as well as 2 follow-up meetings with their board. That resulted in a letter of support from that organization today. We've met with the KCK Chamber twice. That resulted in a letter of support from that organization this morning that all the commissioners should have received. We've met with the Wyandotte EDC. They have publicly given support and will do so tonight. We've met with staff, commissioners, the mayor's office to hear the feedback you're hearing from the neighborhood, and then countless individual outreach to the neighbors and the business owners in the community. Quite frankly, if anyone asked to meet, we would meet with them. I had a coffee at 7:30 this morning with a resident of Russian Hill. We're meeting with people up until the day of our presentation. So it's false to say we're not engaging with the community. No high rises on our hills has been the mantra for the last couple of weeks. That's true. No high rises on our hills. We are not building a high rise on the hill. We are building it at the base of the hill. And that is an important distinction because this would not fit at the top of the hill. Once at grade, it's a 6-story building. And again, we're pulling that building back at the west side to even bring that massing down at the highest point of the building. No willingness to compromise. We've gone from 148 units to 142 units to 129 units. Our parking variance request, we heard loud and clear, denied. Okay, change your project to make sure you can park on site. And then we've set back the building in an effort to compromise. I've heard this will open the floodgates to more development on the hills. That's false unless you want to approve it. This is about our project site, not about the rest of the hill and the rest of the urban core of KCK. We're talking about our project site tonight. If another project wants to come forward, it would go through the same process we went through. And this is not the final step. That's true. We have a lot of work to do. Again, step 3 of 50. Final development plan is a huge step. Tom looked about it today. I think we're thinking another 90 to 120 days before we could even submit a final development plan. We had a lot of drawing left to do. We have a lot of engagement left to do with the neighbors. So I do want to make it clear, we're very early on, even though we spent a lot of time on this thing already. With that, next slide, thank you. And we'll hand it over or take questions, whatever appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if he's received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
Mayor, the clerk's office received a request from a Mr. Mike Pierce who wanted to appear in person. Mr. Pierce, if you are here, please come forward.
Also, please note, state your name and address of record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Mike Pierce, and along with my brother Joe, we own and operate Slaps Barbecue at 553 Central Avenue. In June of this year, we will be celebrating 8 years in business on at Slaps Barbecue, and I've got all the gray hair to prove that. At the surface level, our job is to create great barbecue and serve the customers that come through line. We have learned, however, that although this is important, creating opportunities through growth must always be our focus. And most of the time, it needs to be our primary focus. So our job is to create sustainability and opportunities for our staff through growth so we can continue to support them with great pay and benefits. And so that when they have earned that next role, title, etc., we have it to offer them. So in doing this, we end up with an amazing team of operators that run our business in a way that allows us to expand and create more opportunities. And from there, the cycle repeats. The one ingredient we must have for this is growth. Growth for us does not mean more locations across the city. It doesn't have to, although it's always an option. But in fact, we would prefer to keep our focus, time, and attention exclusively on this location. We're not greedy guys. But we are dying for more residents and visitors that want to eat, work, play, and live on or around Central Avenue. So we take a 25 to 50% hit on First Friday weekends. And our area is not attracting people to cross those rivers, especially not at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening to grab some dinner and hit up a couple awesome bars. We just don't have the draw, and we do not have the residents. We've also had to scale back our evening hours after 3 years of being open past 7 o'clock due to a lack of traffic and revenue. And we routinely have to reduce employees' hours at lunch if lunch is slow because we know the dinner business will not carry that load. I could go on and on, but this is all to say that it is extremely hard to operate a restaurant at this scale in an environment that does not have or is not attracting more traffic and residents. People eat and drink where they work, live, and play. We've been lucky with the working folks that join us for lunch and are super grateful for all those people, local and otherwise, that join us for dinner. But if we want to grow, if we want to create sustainability, we need development like the one proposed here tonight. We are all for this development, which brings more people that eat, work, live, and play to our area and increases our chances of continuing to provide jobs, benefits, and growth to our team. If we do not begin the process of developing now, when will we? We are grateful for the developers that have selected our area and put so much time and effort into getting this right. We love the fact that they see the potential, even if we collectively sometimes do not. I'll thank you guys, and we look forward to a vote in favor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else?
Hi, guys. My name is Wesley Suma, married to Laura Suma, owners of Chicago's Bar at 534 Central Avenue, directly across the street from the project. So I'll start off by saying that I've been spending the majority of my time in and around Strawberry Hill for about the last 18 years since I met Laura. So it's been quite a long time. I know we have limited time to speak, so I'm going to go direct focus to the business side of things so I can keep it specific. And I would reiterate that I agree with more or less everything Mike just said about the business. We bought Chicago's 9 years ago because we loved the place when it was open. But more importantly, we love the people that it housed, the memories that we made, and we both love Strawberry Hill. We love it with a passion. Even before we owned the business, we had always discussed how cool it would be if there was an apartment option that could capture the view. We even talked about this exact location. We would be in support of this project for Strawberry Hill, even if we didn't own the business. In my opinion, the community needs it desperately, and it has for a long, long time. We are a small business, 900 square feet at the moment, and we grind it out every year. There have been multiple times, especially in the last 5 years, where we have strongly considered selling the business and the property and just moving on. That's how predictable it has been. Every year gets a little bit better, but it has been at a snail's pace. We have worked hard to save our money, take little to pursue our bigger dream of improving the entire corner where Chicago sits. That dream or vision started from our passion and our love for this neighborhood, not to get rich. That has never been a realistic goal for this business. What is realistic is that we can expand and make our business bigger, beautify our little corner of the neighborhood, and make our side of the entryway to the hill look better, more inviting, like a place you want to go into. In the 18 years that I've been running around over here, in the lifetime that Laura and her parents have been here, we have seen buildings torn down, businesses come and go, and some of our favorite businesses close for good. I'll always remember Felicia's on 5th Street. That was one of our favorite places. I work every day at my 9-to-5 job at 10th and Lyons, just down the hill from 10th and Central. I drive up down Central Avenue at least 4 days a week and have for about 8 years now. My biggest question in this process is if we can't allow this type of building to be constructed at the edge of the neighborhood with the view of KCMO to attract all kinds of young professionals from KCK and KCMO who want to live downtown, who have good paying jobs, who are the kind of people we want to walk out the door, go to the coffee shop, go to the restaurants, go to the shops, local taverns and bars, go to the many beautiful churches that litter these hills that need patrons as bad as most of the businesses over here do, then when are we going to do it? How long are we going to guard the gates? How long are we going to have to drive up 5th Street, down 6th Street, 7th Street, up Central all the way to 18th Street and see buildings that after building with nothing in it? I would go so far to say down Minnesota, down state, all the way to 18th Street as well. Building after building, needing renovated, repaired, a tenant who will do it, a buyer who will do it, anyone who will do it. We talk about the fabric of the neighborhood, but buildings have literally been torn down because of not being used, and others have been very close at times with holes in the ceiling just waiting for a buyer to come along. This to me, along with the
Time
crime,
has
graffiti, et
expired.
cetera. Yeah. Thank you. We support it.
Thank you. Can you please repeat your name one time, sir? And your address? Thank you.
Wesley Suma, 534 Central Avenue, KCK, Chicago's.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please state your name and address as well.
Hi, Kyle Ratliff, 626 Tenney Avenue. Downtown KC needs this. It's needed this for a very long time. I've lived in various parts of KCK majority of my life, and for the last 4 years in Strawberry Hill. I love it here. When I heard of this development, I was eager to hear more and excited about it. And I've honestly always wondered why we never had this here already. Like a lot of the people around my age, we all have crippling student loan debt that, excuse me, that puts a big fork in our purchasing and borrowing power, so we are forced to rent. Finding a decent rental home or apartment is impossible over here. excuse me, having these apartments open so many opportunities for other people in so many ways that KCK needs, and more attractive and inviting for others to come live and work and spend money in our county. Those opposed to this project have done everything but chain themselves to the trees on the hillside or the flagpoles in that flag park to voice their opinion over or try to convince people that this is the worst thing ever to happen. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. It's time to change. I don't know how you, I don't know about you, but I'm really sick of hearing the ew KCK type rhetoric from people that, excuse me, people on the KCK type of rhetoric from people, and this is a sure way to start changing that. I look forward to seeing more inviting and appealing corner of 6th and Central Avenue. Maybe others in the county will follow suit and make seeing some positive change at KCK. Besides, because being stagnant and doing nothing stops progress. Ugh, I'm really bad at this. Because being stagnant and doing nothing to present progress or grow is not working. It's time to change. We need to put ourselves on the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else? Please state your name and your address for record.
Good evening. My name is Heather Garrett, 2828 Jerome Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I'll just speak from the heart tonight. My wife and I are homeowners not too far from here on Jerome. And we picked to buy a house in Wyandotte because we love the diversity and inclusion of this community. The one thing that we are tired of and we're looking for progress and change in Wyandotte is that we drive by dilapidated building, broken buildings, things like that all of the time. And we really want to see great change and great progress here because this is a fabulous community. But if we don't start to change things, it's just going to stay the same. And we're not going to attract more residents in my age range, more people to come here and shop our businesses, go to restaurants if we don't do positive change like this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there another? Your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Laura Westfall Suma. I own Chicago's at 534 Central Avenue. I agree with most of the people that have already came up here and talked tonight, Mike Pierce, my husband, Kyle, and our neighbor, who I have not met. A little about me. I was born and raised at 5th in Ohio, where my parents still live to date. I attended the now closed St. John Holy Family grade schools. In my early 20s, I even lived in the firehouse lofts. And then when I was 30, we bought Chicago's. I have lived here, I've invested here, I've promoted here, and I've given my time and love to Strawberry Hill the entirety of my life. This has always been my home base, and I care deeply about the history of the community. I, like they have said, have seen the neglected buildings and seen the momentum in the neighborhood. We're taking steps in the right direction, but the density, we need density to sustain and grow. There's a need for apartments in Eastern Wyandotte County, specifically downtown. We haven't had a market rate apartment in what I've heard for 40 to 50 years. We need that. We need apartment buildings, and I think Strawberry Hill is lacking that. One other thing, I have a lot of friends that work for the fire department, the police department, BPU, and the UG. They all have residency requirements. This would be a huge opportunity for our current employees and people that we want to attract to work here for those residency requirements to live downtown. Not everyone wants to live out by the Legends, and there's a need for downtown living for our residency requirements as well. We've waited a long time for something like this. We have a great opportunity to grow here. If I ask, if not them, who? And if not when?
One
Not
minute.
now, when? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please state your name and address.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. My name is Casey Bond and I live at 35 South 7th Street, and I own a business on Strawberry Hill as well, and another house on 7th right off Central. So this type of project, It's exactly what we've been waiting years for, and frankly, I think that we deserve in our area. It not only will deter crime and increase the attractiveness of the area for new businesses to establish themselves, which will bring stability to the neighborhood. I like the fact that it's going to create a destination not only to live, but by putting a visual marker for our area on the map where there was nothing but a hill with some overgrown trees before. It's creating a huge opportunity to design a welcoming entrance to our wonderful side of town, which could use a facelift because, like some other people have said, the flag park really isn't doing a whole lot for us right now. It also is aligning us to reflect current development across the metro. Eastern Kansas City, Kansas has a real need for market rate apartments, and this is the perfect place, perfect opportunity, and perfect time to do so. The highway access, the view, and the door it opens for Central to create a more welcoming front door to Kansas City, Kansas, finally aligned. I think this is the perfect group of developers to do this. They had involvement with developing the Merc. They're doing Margaritaville out at Schlitterbahn. The women's soccer stadium, there's really not a better group that's more in tune with the needs and wants of Kansas City. They aren't some foreign entity just looking here to make a quick buck. They really care about the neighborhood. I've never met or even heard of a group of investors that sat down with the neighborhood and took the time to really listen to what people had to say. And every single objection that I've heard, they have met not with like digging in their heels, but they're adjusting what they're doing to what the neighborhood wants. So they're trying to put their fingers on the pulse to feel what's going to be best for us, not what's just best for them, which that's insanely very cool. So where do we draw the line for how much influence a small number of people have over new development and what people are allowed to do with their own property? So many people that I've talked to are in favor of this, and there's a lot of people who haven't spoken up who are in favor of it too, that just have better things to do with their time than walk around with signs or get petitions together and that kind of thing, like run their businesses. There's some people against this project that don't even own property here. They're not the ones paying the taxes. They have no repercussions. Should their objections to this project thwart it, they can just move away. And then what's that's going to leave us taxpayers with? Nothing. So I just thank you for your time and consideration. And I just look around at everywhere else in the metro area, new apartments are being built left and right, and there's a serious demand for housing. We haven't had anything like this, anything new east of 435 in years. So it's time for us to catch up so we can get back on the map. We can bring people back for.
Your time has
Scott said.
expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else? Please state your name, address.
My name is Chris Steiniger, 4529 Francis Street in Rosedale. My ancestors arrived in Wyandotte County in 1868. I arrived on Central Avenue in January of 1962, being born at the old Bethany Hospital. I think one of the commissioners was born there as well. I support this project. I've been around Central Avenue as long as I can remember, even my father taking me there in the 60s and early 70s, shopping at Reagan's Meat Market, Sadecki's, the old time places. I remember having some of my first Mexican food at Casa de Tacos at 18th and Central back in the 70s. In 1996, I was elected to the state Senate representing the southern half of Wyandotte County up in Topeka, including Central Avenue. I've been attending the Central Avenue Betterment Association meetings from the early 90s until I got unelected. But the 1990s was a really tough time for downtown KCK. We all remember the old truck stop at 18th and I-70. We remember the crack and the prostitution up and down Central, and it looks so much better now than it did back then. But redeveloping older urban areas takes a long time, and it takes a lot of big projects. We had the nice new shopping center there at 18th and I-70 12 years ago. We had Palo Vista 25 years ago. It's not enough. Those of us that have been around here a long time know what it takes to get Western Wyandotte going. It took the Kansas Speedway. It took the shops at Village West. It took the Hollywood Casino there. Those big three projects were enough to jumpstart all the other growth that happened out there in Wyandotte. Downtown needs some big jumpstart. And I believe this project will be the first. We need more. This apartment building alone won't really jumpstart the downtown, but it will help keep these existing small businesses and bars going. It'll send the signal to other investors that downtown KCK is a good place to invest millions of dollars. I just remember all those tough times in the 90s and 2000s when people were moving away. so many buildings on Central were closed up, so many houses, and there's still a lot of closed up buildings on
1
Central
minute
Avenue. if you
remaining.
Look closely, a lot of closed up buildings. I urge your support for this as is. It's a good project. It's a nice project and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Adam Whitmer, and I am at 548 Central Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I am a longtime neighboring property owner, and developer, and business owner. When my brother and I bought Sophie's Deli in 2013, we leased it to Slaps, and we subsequently partnered with them on outdoor patios and rooftop decks. And we also opened a cafe, Split Log Coffee, across the street. We had a vision to see Strawberry Hill thrive. Strawberry Hill is somewhat thriving today, but if you talk to most business owners like Slaps in Chicago, among others, you will hear the same resounding answer. Our local patrons are great. They're amazing. There just isn't enough of them. At Split Log, we have also run into the issue of a lack of local housing units for our employees to live in. It's a huge problem. This apartment complex alleviates many of the issues that we are facing as a community. There will be numerous infrastructure improvements based off already conducted traffic studies, and sewer and electrical upgrades will no doubt be improved to support this project. Not to mention the $250,000 check the developers are going to write to the UG as a community benefit. That will resolve some of the challenges at 6th and Central. This community benefit check can be used for infrastructure, lighting, or even a park. It's up to the community and to the UG to decide how to best utilize these funds. We have been waiting a long, long time for a project like this in Strawberry Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Your name and address, please.
My name is Daniel Parker at 535 Central, right across the street. We've been here 20 years almost, seen a lot of progress on Central Avenue. It's cleaned up, it's busy, it's lively, it's thriving. I think that there are a lot of benefits that will come along with this, including the traffic issues coming out of down the hill there on 6th, turning onto Central. If there's a pickup or something, some big vehicle parked there, it's dangerous. There's a lot of traffic there that needs to be resolved. I feel that this project would contribute to that issue. As far as the density, I think that would be good. It's an acre of land that we're talking about. We're not talking about 20 acres, or it's an acre from what I was looking at. And I think there'd be a lot of benefits, a lot of economic benefits, a lot of development benefits to the businesses, to the community. I think it would present well as a gateway, and I'm in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for record. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Clerk?
Mayor, we have 3 hands raised. We will call them forward.
Our first speaker is Rose.
I'm calling in opposition to the plan.
This
Not
is-
in,
This comment is for those that are in favor. You'd have to circle back. Clerk?
Our next speaker, SHNA Secretary.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Willie Apelo Flaherty. I'm the president of the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association, and I live at 276 North 6th Street. I'm going to summarize a letter of commitment that was sent to the mayor and commissioners this afternoon. The Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association has been in close conversation with the Sunflower Development Group and their partners in order to address neighbors' concerns with the project, namely building aesthetics, traffic congestion at the intersection, and affordability. The collaboration to address these issues is ongoing, and in some cases, collaboration with the unified government will be required to achieve community goals. But as it stands, the SHNA broadly supports the proposed project as it believes development and density are good for the downtown area. If the commissioners vote to approve the relevant items this evening, we do request that the Economic Development Department work with neighborhood stakeholders on the community benefit agreement. And our ongoing support is contingent on the following commitments as agreed to by the developers, which I'm just going to summarize. In terms of traffic, the developers and SHNA both agree that the UG needs to make the intersection development a priority in conjunction with or prior to the development. And SHNA asks that you consider that intersections development tonight before voting on the relevant items. As far as aesthetics, the developers have agreed to a process to work with neighborhood stakeholders to review and address the design before it is presented in the final development plan. And affordability, to address that concern, the developers support a discussion that involves the designation of a financial contribution to help maintain future affordability, and also commit to exploring the use of housing vouchers to make a portion of units available to residents with a wider range of incomes. I do want to note that while the neighborhood association has its own orientation to the project, we respect the concerns of all the neighborhood stakeholders and believe that their concerns should be taken seriously. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melvin Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I can't really believe that we're having a discussion on this. Wyandotte County is so far stuck in the past. It's time to move forward. And if these people see that a development in their part of town would be a good thing, the rest of the businesses down there, Slap Chicago's, and just think about other businesses once this development comes that will come running to the area. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay. But yeah, I can't, like I said, I can't even believe we're having a discussion on this. You know, we don't have nothing, you know, and this can be a trigger for the next development in a distressed area. You know, it ain't like they're, you know, building luxury condos or whatnot. You know, Missouri and Johnson County have developments going on every year. And what do we do every year? Try to catch up from 50 years in the past. So it's time to move Wyandotte County forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Breed.
Hi, this is Monica Breed I'm the Senior Director of Business Retention and Workforce Solutions for Wyandotte Economic Development Council. We're located at 727 Minnesota Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm here on behalf of the YEDC in support of the change of zone, right-of-way vacation, and master plan amendment as requested by Sunflower Development Group at 525 Central, 529 Central, and 10 Halleck Street. The proposed land use as a multifamily development between the commercial corridor along Central Avenue overlooking Interstate 70, we believe is an appropriate land use in this commercial corridor. It adds residential support for the existing businesses nearby, particularly in the evenings and weekends, and we believe the development brings value and investment to the community while being sensitive to the materials used in that corridor. The proposed development provides quality housing and amenities that do not exist presently in this area. There is demand for this kind of residences. The project provides more than adequate parking for the development, seeks to enhance the entrance to the community, and puts investment in the existing parklet. We do not see any evidence that this proposed development will have a negative impact on the values of nearby properties, nor do we believe the development will obstruct lines of sight along the road to the interstate or to the church on the hill. As a community, we have been seeking investment in our urban areas. We have been seeking new residential options, and we have been seeking projects that create catalytic transformation. This development checks all of those boxes. This development team has worked in the community before. Some have mistakenly vilified the development team, but we know them to be thoughtful, respectful of our heritage and diversity, and have been open to working with the community. We ask the board of the County Commissioners Commission to approve the development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Jennings.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for taking a moment to hear us out. My name is Stephen Jennings. I live at 515 Taromie Avenue. My partner and I bought and moved into the neighborhood in April of last year. We had fallen in love with the neighborhood and set our targets on finding a home here. We purchased a home and renovated it. It had been abandoned. A lot of other people have mentioned abandoned structures in the area. And I don't want to get too repetitive with what everyone else has been saying, but we're in support of this project. As I said, we fell in love with the neighborhood, but development doesn't necessarily mean change, or certainly not negative change. So we see this as a good thing for the neighborhood. It'll encourage growth. It'll encourage revitalization, and we're fully in support. So thank you. I don't know if they said anything.
Mayor, that represents everyone online in favor.
Thank you. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition in this item?
Mayor, the clerk received a request from a Colleen Squire who asked to speak, but she didn't know if she wanted to be in person or online, and we're still uncertain. So, Ms. Squire, if you're available. Seeing none online. We also received a comment from a Ms. Carrie Neal that I will actually read, if I may. And this is directly from her. My dear father, in his semi-retirement substitutes and preschools, I love every detail about his experience. The first time I saw a stack of duck bucks on his dining room table, I was audibly squealed. A duck buck is just a little paper ticket with an image of a duck and checked boxes that indicate how you earned it. I was kind, I was safe, I was responsible. Periodically, a prized cart is wheeled into the classroom and the excitement is palpable. Kids can exchange their duck bucks for prizes. I asked my dad, what's the best prize on the cart? And if you saved up for it, what would it cost? He just looked at me and said, you never know, it doesn't even matter. As soon as the cart rolls in, the kids pull out their duck bucks and they ask what I can get for these. In regard to the proposed development on Halleck, it's important to consider all of these angles. They have robust discussion and hear from many voices. Importantly, not shut down debate prematurely. These old neighborhoods have hung on despite urban renewal missteps of previous generations on broader migration trends in the metro. Hill neighborhoods, you get a duck buck. Every single day, I see neighbors making improvements to their properties in large and small ways. Being responsible stewards of this space, Hill neighbors, you get another duck buck. On next door and in person, I see neighbors looking out for neighbors, sharing food, running errands, lending tools, demonstrating kindness. Hill neighbors, you've earned that duck buck. And in discussion of this proposed development, I've heard a lot of talk of what we might be able to buy from the prize cart with the duck bucks we have, rather than say, what can we get for these? We use terms like leverage and community betterment agreement. What I have not heard enough of is detailed conversation about and how it would become more of leadership and guidance around is what is the right fit. What models are out there for being congruous with the neighborhood and address some aspect of the real housing issues of our community. Let's get creative. Let's look at how other innovative cities have approached it. Let's make sure this is a good human environment fit. We'll need sustained partnership to infill these neighborhoods. Let's get off on a strong footing that is needed for trust with the long wind in mind. We can't rely on a developer who sees a 1 acre lot, crunches the numbers and figures out the max profit that can be made from a very large cookie cutter apartment complex. Sunflower is just doing its job. Business is right on that stretch of Central Avenue. Understandably excited about prospect of more sales. Again, they're doing their job. The prize cart has screeched in on 2 wheels. Ooh, look at the bottom shelf. Do I spy a bike? Boulevard. Tens of millions in investment. The critical piece in all this, our community, the unified government, we have a job too. My ask is that the commission send this question back to the planning commission to work with the community and the UG's planning department. Let's be deliberate and thoughtful and collaborative. Please give us an opportunity to choose wisely. Thank you for your time and consideration and our service to Wyandotte County. That is it, Mayor.
Thank you, Clerk. Those present would like to speak in opposition of this item, please come to the podium and state your name one by one. And make sure you give your address as well. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
My name is Buck Hessel. I live at 31 South Halleck. Mayor, commissioners, and UG staff, thank you for your time this evening. My task tonight is to outline how my neighbors and I feel about this project. You will hear how our Hispanic neighbors have not been included in the discussions with the developers or the unified government. On many occasions, I was the first person to let them know the plans by going door to door, getting petitions signed against this project. We will describe the parking and traffic situations in our neighborhoods. We will describe how this project does not fit the neighborhood characteristics, totally disregarding the recently published master plan. The renderings provided to date are sophomoric at best. We do not need another Hilton Garden Inn clone on Central Avenue. We need something that blends with the neighborhood, is pleasing to the eye, something a little different that we can be proud of. This project does none of these. We are not against increased density or development. We are for density and development that makes sense physically and aesthetically. Please don't allow another debacle to happen like we had in the 70s on Minnesota Avenue. That was all eventually torn down. We will describe how we've been mistreated by the developers, using Zoom meetings only to promote their project rather than listening to our concerns. Thank God we are finally meeting in public. They never let us input our ideas and concerns, have published fabricated endorsements on their websites, operated an illegal Airbnb on the proposed site, and tried to nullify our protest petition, waiting till the 14th day, citing a clerical error. Do we really want to do business with these people? We want to make sure that you know how much we love our Strawberry, Russian, and Polish Hill neighborhoods. We also want you to realize
1 minute.
that we do not have, we also want you to realize we don't have to accept the first developer that comes knocking on our doors. What's wrong with being courted by other developers? And they will come because we're that good. You will learn of the environmental impacts and hardships of our neighborhood, safety issues caused by already narrow streets and lack of parking. Bottom line, we live here. We put up with the gunfire at night in the West Bottoms, the noisy exhaust brakes on I-70, and the already bottlenecked intersection at 6th and Central. The developers don't live here. The business owners on Central Avenue don't live here. We live here. We vote here. Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Veronica Fernandez, and I live on 34 South Hallock Street. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to represent the hardworking community. And the message tonight is we feel discriminated. We feel like you left us behind. Nothing was writing in our native language. In the people that is closer to these plans are Hispanic people, older people. I just see this developer as another stress factor in our lives and in our community. I'm a mother of 4 kids with different needs. I struggle for the last 10 years with the school district because they don't provide transportation because my street doesn't qualify. I also called the fire department last year because I have a fire in my backyard. They came and they were able to control it. The next day, I have the Kansas City Chief Department of the firefighters giving me a whole information and a speech how the firefighters struggled that day. Make sure always to be looking around your house because it's not going to be easy for us to get here. I already have a lot of stress as a community member with the drunk drivers and the crime around our neighborhood. I don't think these developers will bring something good to our Wyandotte. I wish it will be something different. And I just feel so sad. I agree, they have a lot of positive things to say about it, but always to me, family come first. We do already have a lot of crime. We lost a lot of kids in this community. And why? Because we have to
1 minute
get
remaining.
family first all the time. We don't need no more stress. We need programs that make our Wyandotte better. not just monetary. Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jerry Mulder Hessel. I live at 31 South Hollick Street. Thank you, commissioners. First, believe it or not, I'm going to send out a thank you to the developers because they are the ones who proposed this massive luxury high-rise apartment complex in our neighborhood. It has caused my husband, Buck Hessel, and I to leave the comfort of our lovely home and get out in front of on the porches of our neighbors in Russian Hill, Strawberry Hill, and Polish Hill. Wow, we are grateful to have some really rockin' neighbors. Friendships have been formed, people have volunteered, brain power, man hours, money. Everyone has stepped in to the fray to protect and honor our history, the culture, the charm, and the character of our community. Second, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to think about this question when you vote tonight. Do you want to be in business with this owner and developer? Currently, there is an old Alvarez Law Office there. Exhibit A. This is an Airbnb screenshot, meaning this property is currently being used as an unlicensed, unlawful, against code short-term rental. It is also being advertised as an event space. I am not sharing this with you to be a mean girl or a snitch. I am sharing with you because this speaks to integrity. Clearly, they are circumventing the rules. Now think about this. What will they do regarding this massive development to cut corners and increase profit? Next, our neighboring city, Shawnee, recently fought the same battle with the same developer. And I quote from the Kansas City Star, in a marathon meeting, Shawnee—
1 minute remaining.
Oh, dear God. Okay. Anyway, Shawnee did not support this 189 unit complex. And you know why? The reasons are going to sound familiar. I quote from the Kansas City Star, the strong oppositions from hundreds of residents who worry about the building towering over their homes, hurting their character of their neighborhood, and adding to traffic congestion. Now, the last thing I want to show you is I am the elected committee woman for the Democratic Party of Ward 5 in KCK Precinct 1. And I want to sing your praises. I want to go to our monthly meetings and I want to say you stood with our community, that you voted with your voters, that you are protecting us and living up to our master plan. We all spent a ton of time putting that master plan together. I went to millions of meetings and group discussions. Why are we just throwing that master plan?
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Please come forward, state your name, address.
Hi there. I am Karen Human. I live at 23 South 6th, directly adjacent to the proposed development. I live in Russian Hill. I'm not sure why they've been drawing up plans and agreements with Strawberry Hill because we're the neighbors. We can't be members of the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association because it ends on Central before Russian Hill starts. So it would be nice if people would include us. But I just want to say a little bit in our defense because the Kansas Bar Association actually has a book for lawyers of developers that gives them the advice to characterize opponents' arguments as being selfish in their own interests rather than the public interest. Well, I say that's a cynical tactic to use on one's future neighbors. But these proponents literally don't have to live with the decisions that you will make tonight. I'm speaking as someone who does have to live with them. And what I'm going to say to you is sincere, not cynical, because this project is a very real threat to my home and its value to me. I don't mean monetary value. We didn't buy our home as a speculative investment. We chose to live here for its private tree lot, for the resident birds that we have with our trees, for the views and our great neighbors. We had intended to live here, fix up our home over the years, and contribute to the community. The threats to our home are very real. They range from destruction of the very ground holding it up to obliteration of the sweeping views we enjoy. It is destruction of these values that the city planning staff and the UG Planning Commission have failed to consider in their recommendation to permit this outsized project squeezed in next to us. In place of privacy, we'll have hundreds of eyes looking into our yard from a few feet away. The vistas we enjoy will be blocked by the rows of windows. Birdsong will be drowned out by people partying on the pool deck. The removal of the hillside is liable to kill our mature trees, our birds' habitat, further erode our privacy. Speaking of erosion, scraping flat the hillside next to our property is an existential threat to our home. Anyone who lives along these hills knows that they slump and slide. We have grave reservations about the 18-foot cliff that they're planning to install right outside on the other side of our property line as a poured concrete retaining wall. I haven't seen poured concrete retaining walls that last that long around here. Finally, as committed urban dwellers, we don't really mind the lack of easy parking. We've cheered on the success of our local businesses, even if they, make it a little bit harder to park in our neighborhood. But the visitors and the traffic that are going to be brought into our tiny little Russian Hill streets, including that neighborhood or that intersection.
Your time has expired.
Okay.
Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Rachel McMeechan. I live at 556 Lowell Avenue. I own the Russian Orthodox Church at the top of the hill, 5 doors up from this proposed project. What does diversity, equity, and inclusion look like to you in reflection to this project? As this proposal stands, the harm it will cause the immediate neighborhood, my home, my business will be detrimental to my way of life and my ability to stay in business. The charming character of our sweet little area known as Russian Hill is nothing like I've known anywhere else in Kansas City. It's roughly 4 small blocks that present Russian Hill, and we have about 80 households made up of multi-generational families that have been here for 50 years, immigrant families raising their children, the elderly, the artists, the musicians. We are blue-collar working class community thriving in our own way to our commitment in our homes, our community, and to each other. The introduction of an 8-story, 129-unit building on a 1 acre in a residential area will create undue hardships for those of us that are here with traffic and parking. The parking plans developers show only providing about 136 spots. There's no mention of parking accommodations if any of these tenants have roommates, house guests, visitors, partners, spouses, delivery drivers, or other large gatherings for people at pool parties, holiday events, or gatherings of any kind. Please note, R6 has no height limit. The zoning changes stay with the land and is dependent on the integrity of the Sunflower Group to maintain what they're promising us in this scale. 6th Street, Halleck, and Lowell would take the brunt of the parking debacle that will follow. On these 3 small streets, we have 30 houses and 11 driveways. This puts the majority of our parking on the street. And to give you an idea of the density of our parking, each home has between 2 and 5 cars registered to it. There are construction workers that have trucks parked in front of their houses to bring tools in at night, sitting alongside cars
1 minute
used for
remaining.
personal use and extended family vehicles. We also see visitors, delivery drivers, and emergency vehicles that need access to our road that will become inaccessible with guests and residents of this proposed building. The best data that we have comes from the US Census Bureau. It suggests that there's an average of 2.124 vehicles per worker in the zip code, and 87% of those workers drive to work. 2.8 use public transit, 2.7 walk, 0.5 bike, 2.8 use a taxi, and 53.5 work outside of the county. There is going to be traffic, probably at the levels of 275 people a day attributed to this building as compared to the 80 that are there now. 80 households as compared to what they're planning. They are
Your time
dumping
has
twice
expired.
the amount of people on our block in our residents.
Is there anyone else? Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Patrick Searpoy, and I stay at 516 Northrop on Strawberry Hill. And I want to first of all thank the council, the commission for excellent infrastructure, and our roads in Strawberry Hill are wonderful. We're getting all new blacktops on a bunch of new roads. I'm an avid cyclist. I appreciate this. KCK has wonderful roads, nothing like Kansas City, Missouri, where their roads are really in bad shape. Thank you for that. This project, I'm against it. I am surprised to hear that the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association has spoken in favor of it, has given a letter in favor of it. We did not authorize that. Where it was left was we were going to take a vote before we were going to take a position. And so I'm really quite shocked to hear that. There are many people in Strawberry Hill who are opposed to this. The traffic, all of our traffic funnels through 6th and Central. So does I-70. The central exit is not a central exit, it exits on 6th Street. And then that goes into, so you have all this funneling into there. I would just say, please consider better development. This is not what we need. This is going to be another gateway. If you look at Minnesota Avenue, that was a botched urban renewal project. There were 103 businesses and 557 families displaced by that urban renewal project. And now it is a vacant wasteland, 3.6 acres. Put this tower there where they've got the view, where they got all the amenities. It's flat, a much better project. We would want to see incentives for a location like that. We would not like to see a blight finding in this location. I have a background in economic development. I'm disappointed to hear economic development professionals saying this is a good project for our community. This is the first thing that's come along. And we are not power and light for a reason. We have distinctive neighborhoods, as it says in our vision statement on the website for the county. Look at it. Distinctive neighborhoods. Russian Hill is a distinctive neighborhood. It is not Tualatin Grand. And that's for a reason. Tualatin Grand is in an area where there's a lot of development around it. This is on the very edge. And there's only 3 businesses there. This isn't going to have the spillover as something downtown would. This is not downtown, it is Russian Hill. And I'll respect your time and I appreciate it. I'm sorry I talked too fast. Thank you very much.
Please approach the podium and state your name, address, please.
Hi, I'm Anna Cole. I'm at 245 Orchard Street in Strawberry Hill. I left my pitchfork and torch at home. So I need to pull this up. I actually got caught up in a different meeting and I apologize. I wanted to print it out. So just a moment, please. So it's an exciting time for Wyandotte County. For the first time in at least 2 generations, we are finally beginning to gain traction in a multi-county and regional areas. So for too long, we have been considered like the redheaded stepchild of the metropolitan area, complete with infighting, corruption, closed off, and last in line for everything. Waco has a self-esteem problem. We're like that weird little girl in the back of the class, and we're all too happy that anyone is finally seeing our worth. But do we see our own worth? Or are we cutting off our nose to spite our face in this new excitement and attention? Are we rushing in, and does that rushing in make us fools? The Central Area Master Plan that was drastically amended just over a year ago called for a catalytic development to spur growth in our neighborhoods. Should we consider the $1.4 billion already dedicated to the Kansas riverfront redevelopment directly underneath our neighborhoods, right behind both neighborhoods, including the $526 million levy raise and Port Casey's $450 million bond as catalytic developments? How about the formation of a river bridge district in the Kansas side of the West Bottoms, the Call Mile? Are those or just afterthoughts? Could it be that SDG is interested not in us and our worth, but in capitalizing on our riverfront development and asking us to pay for it? At this point, we are no longer in need of a catalytic development. We have them, one. We need your protection, specifically your protection. Adherence to the master plan is the only protection we have right now. We have over 600 signatures and growing of Waco constituents that are also asking for your protection. Since I'm short on time, I'm going to just say, in this vote tonight, you all hold a tremendous amount of power. If you give this developer these specific entitlements, there is no taking that back. The entitlement goes with the land. R6 zoning is as high as you can go. What if something happens? This falls through. Then what? You work with a developer, you don't know. Then this all starts over again. This actually doesn't start over. We just go right on through. So we don't even get to have this neighborhood conversation, not to this degree. I'm asking if you had fully examined this, fully thought about it. Can you comfortably say that this is absolutely the right thing to do? And if so, what is the rush? A zoning commissioner said it best. What if it fails? What do we do then? We have no contingency plan. Right now, all we have is the master plan. No one in this room is against
Your time
density.
has expired.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Please come to the podium. State your name and address.
My name is Pat Lawson. I live at 207 South Tremont in Palo Vista. I'm going to be very brief. First of all, this is not in the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association area. It's technically in the Watchdogs area, but we have not been consulted at all. I found out about it accidentally through a friend. And the second thing I'd like to say is, and our executive board opposes the project. And the second thing I'd like to say is when you talk about consultation, I think it should be before this is in the works. And that would be more meaningful consultation. I agree they have done some consultation, but it's not making a major change. It's trying to get it through. That's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none, look, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for the record. You begin up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 hands raised online. We'll promote them now.
Our first speaker is Rose.
Hi. Whoop. Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rose Isles, and I live at 506 North 4th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. And I wanted to just say that I think I've talked to several of the commissioners and the mayor. I talked to you the other day, Tuesday. So I think everybody's aware that I am definitely opposed to this project. We have over 600 signatures on petitions from Wyandotte County, most of which are from Strawberry Hill and Russian Hill, opposing this project. And to me, the key reason, I mean, there's so many reasons to oppose it, but the key reason to oppose it is the actual harm, the hardship that it will bring upon the neighbors that live on Strawberry Hill and Russian Hill, mostly Russian Hill. There's public safety issues, and I'm definitely against any kind of entitlements for these folks. The amount of money it's going to cost UG to make this project work for them, it will take a long time to get paid back through any kind of taxes that they think they're going to pay. And there's no guarantee that they'll ever pay them, and they're already getting a discount on those. I want to say that I'm offended and I'm opposed to the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association saying that they support this project, because I'm an active member of the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association. And I know that in every meeting that I've been to when this topic came up, I said I was opposed, and it seemed like the majority of the people opposed it. So I don't hold with the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association board representing that the neighborhood is for this project, because I believe they're wrong, and I think that they've usurped and overstepped their position as members of the board. So thank you for your time. I appreciate everything you've done. A solution for this would be for them to downsize this project to R5 If they want to keep it that size to make it financially viable, they should move it to 7th and Central or west of there. Building it right on that slippery slope hillside is going to be extremely detrimental to Russian Hill. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Amber Lear.
Hello, everybody. I'm just going to be short and sweet here. My concern with this building is that it's going to bring in more, like they said, of the market priced housing. And to be honest, a lot of the ones that we've built here recently here in Strawberry Hill are, I mean, unless you have a very high paying job or you have more than one person living with you, are completely unaffordable. You know, I mean, unless you have 3 jobs. I have 2 jobs myself as a single mother, and I know it is very hard right now to find affordable housing. You know, and I do think also that Russian Hill should have been included in this. I'm not sure why they were not. But, you know, gentrification of Strawberry Hill is a big thing in the next 5 years. This year alone, they raised my grandpa's property taxes $900. And, you know, people on fixed incomes, how are they supposed to afford that? On Social Security, how are you supposed to afford that? Are you supposed to, you know, let all your kids move in with you? No one's ever supposed to be independent. That's a whole nother issue. But adding these high rises, I don't think is going to help the issue in an already clogged area with some unaffordable housing. Now, I know that there are ones that are affordable, but most of these new ones, like the ones above the barbershop on 6th Street, I seen that those were like 1,200, I want to say, for like a 1-bedroom. And I just, what? And then the ones that are what used to be the former bubble room above Fat Matt's, I seen that one the other day going for $2,000 a month, and it looks very nice. But who makes $2,000 a month by themselves? Like I said, that's a whole nother issue, but the affordable housing is not happening here. And I think that we need to
remaining.
take into consideration what is going to happen in Strawberry Hill with gentrification in the next 5 years. It's going to push a lot of our elderly out, and that is not okay. Not just for me because it's my grandpa, but I'm sure lots of other people around here have their grandmas, their grandpas, aunts, uncles, etc. And I think that they probably care about that issue just as much as I do. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Leo Isles.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak for a few moments. My name is Leo Isles. I live at 506 North 4th Street in Strawberry Hill. Excuse me, and I've lived in that building. I've owned it for about 15 years. I still feel like I'm a newcomer to the area. My neighbors are multi-generational residents who have seen Strawberry Hill go through a lot of changes over the years, not the least of which was in 1957 when about a third of the neighborhood was wiped out so that an interstate highway could be built there. I think that the residents of Strawberry Hill have suffered a lot through that kind of misuse. And I think that this corporation, this development that we're looking at smacks of the same sort of misuse. The last thing it seems to me that is being considered in evaluating this project is the wishes of those people that have lived there for generations. We're not talking about people that have come in the last few years and established businesses that are going to benefit maybe from the increased traffic. We should be listening more to the people. There seems to be the overriding assumption that if you're not moving forward, you're moving backward. And I don't think that's true. I don't think that there's anything wrong with maintaining a neighborhood the way it's been established for decades. And that's what bothers me most about this, because when I first moved to Strawberry Hill, I didn't assume anything. I spent a lot of time trying to get my neighbors, to talk to my neighbors, to find out what they thought was important. I kept my mouth shut and my eyes and ears open, and I learned to live in the neighborhood and interact with my neighbors. And that's how I found myself to be accepted in the neighborhood, because I listened more than I talked. So I'm hoping that our voices can be held that way, that now the people who have established themselves and have cast their lot to enhance and live
1
in
minute
Strawberry
remaining.
Hill will be having their considerations, appreciated and respected. So I don't think it's true that we have to have change to continue to, we can move forward. We've been moving forward for the past 15 years without the help of these new developers that are coming in and telling us what's best for our neighborhood. So I think we should listen to our neighbors to tell you what they want and try to give that a little respect. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker is Stephen Sudicum. We've lost connection with Mr. Sudicum.
Mayor, at this time, we're seeing no others online in opposition.
Thank you. This time I'm going to close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments or remarks? If so, please come to the podium.
Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group, 1125 Grand Boulevard, Suite 202, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106. Just a couple of quick comments, mostly a response. Couple of the public testimony made mention to a illegally operating business in the current property. That is accurate. We were notified of that. Tom and Steve are the owners, the landlords. They lease the space via a lease. When we were made aware that that business was operating without the proper permits, we worked with Mr. Hand's office, with the Economic Development Department and the in-district commissioner to either get them the help they need to go through the proper permitting procedures or to turn the business, shut the business down. And so that is a tenant. That is not Tom and Steve as owners of the property. There was also a mention made about a false endorsement on my company's website. We had a article that was a snippet of a Fox 4 news article that quoted myself. It quoted the executive director of CABA. That was not a complete article. When we were notified of that, we discovered that we did not link directly to the Fox 4 article to give the full story. We immediately took that page down. The entirety of that page was a headline, a comment by me, and a comment by the executive director. Completely accurate, but not fully printed. So we did take that down. I did want to be very clear about that. I think that's all. Appreciate the public testimony, both in support and against. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. I was the one he was talking about. I was raised at Thornton Central. 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, my 9 brothers and sisters, mom and dad. You know, WIDAC and the chambers say they endorse this, but they don't live here. And if you drive up and down Central right now, there's more shops open now than there's ever been that I can remember. And when somebody says it's going downhill, it's not going, it's going uphill. If there's 600 signatures, the people in the community, we're voted to represent them. We're voted to be their voice. And I don't know how that when somebody says we're going to do this, you know, if you look where the old Donnelly College is, they built all those homes over there, right? Single family homes. Quindaro, single family homes. You don't have to build something this big in that small of a place. And if somebody really wants to live in something like that, you go right across the river. They're there now. So boy, I don't know what, in my mind, they need to build something like this elsewhere.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mobley, and to your group and to all of the community members who came out to speak. I am actually going through this in my own district in Rosedale at 47th and Rainbow, where a developer wants to build an apartment complex that is large, overseeing homes, single-family homes. Now, some members of the community like it. Some community members of the neighborhood don't like it. And another thing that's common with this is both projects want a master plan amendment. It's been well known, I speak on master plans. I'm not for changing master plans. Those are the ultimate voice of the community. Hours and hours and hard work was put in to create those master plans. And that was what, even with the development in my district, it's a good project, beautiful project, but not in the location where it wants to be proposed. And I believe that's this project as well. We need, as the Rosedale Master Plan states, they want housing in all price points. But in my mind, it has to be in line with what the community wants and the Central Avenue Master Plan wants a catalytic event or project. Let's find that elsewhere where that can go, where both the community and the developer can come to a compromise and find a good, happy medium. And I know, and I thank the developer for changing plans and trying to work as best as you can with the community. The developer did the same with the project in my district. They changed things to try and lower the mass of the project, and I thank them for that, but again, goes against the master plan. We have a tendency in the commission and past commissions of always doing master plan amendments and changing. And I know we need progress, but where does progress, why have progress if the community isn't going to be behind it? We need the full support of the community, not just full support. And so at this point, I don't think I can support the project. It is an amazing, can be that catalytic event for the central area, but just not in this location. Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to get a couple of questions answered and just so it's all the community. It's all the community. Just have different views about what they want to see happen. But I want you to know that I did visit this neighborhood and went as far, I guess, west is the 7th Street boundary, all the way over to Halleck in the most southern part where there are some great views, so, and to Central. What is the cost for these units? I'd just like to hear what that is. And for different people, affordability will vary, so, but I'd like to know from the developer what the costs are estimated to be. And also either from the developer and or Mr. Hand, one of the concerns I have is how traffic might back up on that corner of 6th and Central. What would be the developer's obligation, if any, or the city's to fight congestion there? I applaud the developer for changing the number, lowering the number of units, and also the parking. But I am concerned about visualizing how guests of the tenants, the impact they would have at that corner, which is a one-way street, I guess, on 6th Street, going south.
Commissioner, I think you're referring to the construction cost, the cost to build the project.
Not real, the cost of, if any, or what obligation you as a developer and or the city would have to redo 6th and Central, or how to alleviate any potential backup traffic. The costs that I first mentioned were, I guess, rent. What are the rents
Okay,
proposed?
sorry. Yeah.
For that, sorry
So-
if I wasn't clear.
Yeah, so the rents obviously will vary based on size of the unit, location of the unit in the building, orientation of the unit, where it faces, rent premiums, things like that. Off the top of my head, we range from anywhere from $1,000 to a small studio unit up to maybe $2,500 a month for one of our big 2 bedrooms that has an outdoor terrace on the setback of the west side, and everything in between. And so we provide a range of units. And again, it's a market rate. So it's what the market can support at the time. We're 2 years away, best case scenario, from opening today.
Okay.
And I think you asked another question about parking. Was that directed to me?
About parking, I guess my concern would be that corner of 6th and
Yeah.
Central, and how the addition of these units might add to congestion at that corner, and what obligation, if any, would the developer have to alleviate that, or to bear the cost for new traffic controls there? So I don't know. if Mr.
I'll address the
Hinton-
first part and then turn it over to Mr. Hand. So I office at 1125 Grand Boulevard, and we have 201 apartment units there. So I park every day in our parking garage, every morning and every night. I've never once had to wait for more than one car. Apartment dwellers leave at different times of the day and come home at different times of the day. So we don't foresee a backup being an issue. I'll also remind that we have 3 separate entrances into our garage, as well as a 4th entrance to the surface lot. And so it's not 136 cars all going like to a concert in one entrance. It's just not how apartments typically operate. In regards to the 6th and Central, we're just committing the public funds to explore what would work. That's about as far as we can go, because it's not our property, nor do we have the proper studies in hand.
And this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. To address the question in a little more detailed, staff has established a nexus between the project and 6th and Central. I think it's important to understand that the current intersection at 6th and Central probably needs improvement in and of itself. That I'm speaking as close as, there we go. All right. There we go. Sorry about that. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. To start all over, well, I will for the record. Staff has established a nexus between the project and the intersection of 6th and Central. As such, we've developed a condition of approval, as the applicant just noted, contributing funds in the development agreement to address and define that issue. We've worked closely with the county engineer. Typically, how it works with Public Works is we like to design an intersection, and we essentially ask applicants to cut a check for us to either help with the design of that intersection and then program it into our CMIP program.
I'm sorry, did you say you had or had not established a nexus?
We have established a nexus. We've studied the traffic analysis with our third-party consultant. There is an impact, although it is minimal. Again, the intersection itself is already basically at a tipping point.
And one last thing for clarity. Thank you, Mr. Hand. Mr. Mobley, you said there are several entrances to your property. So not only would people go around, I guess that would be east on Halleck, but would there be entrances coming north off of 6th Street into your building?
There's an entrance into the parking garage at the west side off of 6th Street. If you go up the hill a few more feet, you enter the surface lot that has 16 spaces. This is a good description. So where the mouse is would be the first entrance into the parking garage. If you go up the hill a few feet, if you go on around Halleck, follow the cursor, there's another entrance to the parking garage. And if you go on up Halleck, another entrance to the parking garage. To make this, and then the surface lot. So there's 4 ingress, egress for parking. The parking garage does not have ramps to get the number of parking spaces we need. They're flat spaces. There'll be assigned spaces, so the resident will know which entrance to go in to access their space. It won't be a situation where they go in, look for parking, there's none available. They have to turn around and go to the next level, turn around and go to the surface lot. They'll be numbered and assigned spaces, secured with a key fob or a window tag to get into the garage.
And what again is your thought and our plan for persons who might visit the residence, even if you have parking spot to accommodate the resident?
Yeah, great question. So on this plan, you'll see there's a former plan, there's 19 spaces facing north on Halleck. This one also shows the parallel spaces once upon a time that we had discussed. We didn't continue those spaces on up because of safety, but we've now understood that the safety is a concern for any of them. So we've removed those. This is not part of the project plan. It is part of our discussion. We would love to continue that dialogue with Planning Commission about a parking district. How that is managed, how that is how that moves forward is to be determined. It's not included in our parking count to meet the parking required code. For guests, we think this is great. It's good urban design. It's folks that will be visiting split log in the morning for overflow parking. It's lunch parking for slaps to walk over. It's happy hour visitors for Chicago's, and it's overnight guests or weekend guests parking in those spaces. We think that's what urban design should strive for, is multiple uses of a single space. And we would look forward to exploring that with the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a series of comments and questions, really. I'm going to start with Gunnar Hand. Could you tell me, I realize this is a change of zone for RP6, but we had one earlier tonight on consent that was RP5. What does RP5 allow?
Can you hear me?
Nope.
Am I on yet? Anybody? There we go. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. RP5 basically and RP6 are essentially the same in that they both allow multifamily. RP5 only allows up to 4 stories. RP6 is managed by an FAR, which is a Florida area ratio. It can go as high essentially as a ratio as to the size of the lot.
The only reason I ask is because the very first item on our consent agenda tonight was RP5 for Fifth and Ann. So almost virtually the same allowance that's being requested here, the PAL, the Police Athletic League.
Correct.
And we've heard discussion and we already know that the zoning stays with the property no matter who owns it. So it was just interesting to me. It was on consent with no discussion. I want to speak to master plan amendments. I really appreciate master plans. I enjoy working on master plans. I participated in the creation of the master plan that we're seeking to amend tonight. It's not terribly unusual to amend master plans. They are guides. They are not chiseled in stone, and things change in communities that cause master plans to have amendments made to them. The Piper Prairie Master Plan was amended almost immediately upon its adoption around 2006 or so. I know for certain we amended it again in 2017 or 18. Both of the times that we did that for the Piper Prairie Master Plan were to accommodate multifamily housing. I just feel like master plans, they are policy, they are adopted policy that we create But planning is not zoning, as Merle Bland is famous for saying. I've been participating in and listening in on the sessions that have been held, the community meetings, both virtually and in person on this topic since last fall. Received numerous emails from neighbors, met in person with neighbors, met in person with the developer. In every case of communicating by email, in person, with a neighbor, an organization, or the developer, I've tried to make it very clear that for us as the elected members, it's inappropriate for us to take a position on this item until tonight. And so I hope you understand that we've tried really hard to uphold that. We are not able to stand in favor of or opposition to any planning and zoning project until we cast our votes this evening. And I just want to make sure people understand that. So I felt like I was receiving communications about commissioners not being responsive. I think we were trying very, very hard to listen. But that doesn't mean we can say, you're right, because we cannot. We have to hear everything tonight in this setting. So when we talk about planning and zoning issues, almost every time, I just try to make sure folks understand that. I personally think I've watched the development team work really hard to try and accommodate the desires of the neighborhood. And I can understand the concerns that have been expressed here from the neighbors. But I think I've seen the developers try to keep a project that they've brought forward and accommodate the concerns of the neighborhood. And it may or may not be to the satisfaction of those who have brought the concerns forward. And I understand that. The only other comment I really have is I know there's a parking concern. And yet I also heard a resident tell us that right now today, I guess the individual households have folks that either own or rent them that have 3 to 5 vehicles per household, which tells me there's a parking problem right now. I understand that part of that is the fear that that's going to be exacerbated. But I guess part of what I would ask is, has there been any grassroots effort to date on the part of the neighborhood to work with any city department on alleviating the current concern? We've taken our parking concern to the developer and I think they've tried to solve it. But prior to that, given that I'm hearing 3 to 5 cars per household, has there been any effort on that in any sort of grassroots way? And I appreciate every person who's spoken and every person who's tried in some form to communicate with me, because whether it's in favor of or against, because it's important that we hear from you. So that's it. Those are my comments.
Any other comments or questions from our commission? Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions of Gunner Hand, if I may. It was mentioned in testimony tonight from one of the conferees that there were 600 signatures gathered. Do we know if those 600 signatures, why have they been accepted? Do we know if they're all Wyandotte County residents? Do we know anything about the 600 signatures?
Commissioner Burrows, this is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. All the petition signatures that have been provided to us are provided into your packet and as attachments into the staff report. I do not think it numbers 600 in total, but it is a significant amount of folks.
And those signatures have been verified as residents.
They've been reviewed, and there are some that are residents. Predominantly, most of them are residents of the location. I could count them right now if you want in the staff report, but they've been in there for.
Well, I think it's important that we do understand that if it's the public in our community that are concerned bringing this issue forward, that it's a community that we're listening to. And I think that's an important aspect. And if I may, Gunnar, one more question, and I believe a couple of the commissioners brought it up. Of all the master plans, how many of them have we amended and changed? Do we know? I mean, I've only been here 4 years and I know of a few, but I'm just curious as to why this master plan is held as a sacred document versus the other master plans.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. In my experience in the last 2 years, we have amended almost all of them except for ones where no developments have come through. I do not think we've amended the Armourdale Area Master Plan since its adoption a year ago, as there hasn't been a project requesting it. There have been, as in my knowledge, in downtown, in central, in Piper for sure, and 1 or 2 in the Northeast, but they're a little more limited in those locations as well. So to address your comment, I think in larger terms, although I'm a very strong component for long-range planning and development of master plans, they are vision documents. They are, if you will, North Stars. I believe the entitlement process is put into place so that we can adjust those master plans based on market response. If this owner of this property had participated in the in the central area master plan update, we very well may have changed the map at that time, but they did not participate. So we can also only work on master plans for those who show up to the table, and we do our darndest to bring as many people and as many voices into that conversation as possible.
And thank you, Gunnar. I appreciate it. It wasn't my intent to put you on point this evening to the extent that I am. But if I may, I've lived in this community my entire life. I've owned a home in this community for 40 years. And I know when I hear about the property tax increases in our community, I think I paid for my home maybe twice because of the increase in rate. But it's not just property tax, it's the increase in value. And that's because of the investment that has come into our community. And we must be mindful that when people are looking to invest in our community, that we listen, we provide the feedback that helps guide the development, and that we engage them and let them know that, yes, we're open to investment. We want it to be fair and equitable. And we want it to meet the criteria of our community. And it was stated that there was a number of meetings held by Mr. Moberly and Mr. Propstel. I hope that's correct. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but I thank you for the patience you've given the community. It is difficult in today's times under the circumstances we had with the pandemic to have an opportunity to meet with as many people as you have. And it was stated that even some members of the chamber don't live in our community. It's important to have community input, but it's also very important to be mindful that we are in charge of this community as an elected body, and we're only as effective as the public allows us to be. And there are many needs in this community. We're as diverse as any community in the nation. And in my comments when I made it earlier that I've lived here 40 years, I can remember nearly leaving this community because I didn't have a home to move to. The homes were taken up by the seniors of the community. Young families didn't have a chance to move in. And not until we started getting development and taking some bold leadership did we start getting development in. And that's when the developers came in, started building the apartment complexes, started building new homes, which allowed my family and I to stay here, which I'm very grateful. I want to thank our local business leaders that came out this evening and talked in favor of the project. And I know how challenging it can be to do that because it affects your business by the approach of some of the residents that may not like the fact that you support that. But I want to thank you for investing in our community. And I hope that you continue to stay here because there are those of us that want you to stay here and will do what we can to assist in your success by economic development opportunities. I would just state that if there are 600 signatures out there, it concerns me greatly that we may not know if they're all Wyandotte County residents. That's a large number for a small geographic area that we've talked about this evening. And so that's why I'm bringing it forward. I don't want to discredit it. I just want to ensure that that's an accurate number. It's a number I didn't pull out of a hat. It was shared with us publicly. Gentlemen, I would ask that you continue to do your due diligence. I know you have aspirations and dreams to be a partner in our community. Gunnar, one last question. If we approve this tonight, all we're doing is approving a change of zone and a vacation of property. Is that correct? We're not approving the project.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. To address both of your questions quickly, based on my review of the staff report, I do see a couple of repeats, but all of the zip codes seem to be within Kansas City, Kansas. There's over 100 submitted petition signatures in opposition. As a generalization, most folks in favor have been businesses. Most folks in opposition have been residents.
Thank you, Gunnar. I
And then
appreciate
to
that.
answer your other question, no, this is 3 entitlements. We have a master plan amendment, a change of zone, and a vacation.
Thank you.
Project, if it moves forward, the project does need to come back for a final development plan where we go through, as the applicant mentioned, months more of design work to get it to the point that meet our final development plan standards.
And I appreciate those comments. I would hope that the developers, should this move forward, would continue to meet with the community. Parking is a concern with any development, and it's quite a challenging terrain. But I truly encourage our community to be mindful that there was a time in this community that no one wanted to invest in us. They bypassed us and ignored us. And that is different today. And it's kind of nice to have people interested in our county. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the conversation, and Jerry and Buck and Brad and Karen and Veronica, it seems like it was a long time ago. I sat in your kitchen and we talked about this for the very first time. Those of you who tune in regularly know I'm a Gemini, which means I see both sides of every issue so clearly it hurts. And I can guarantee you, I see both sides of this issue very clearly. I've also told almost everybody in this room, I know I've done my job right when everybody is at least a little bit mad at me. So let's see if we can get there. Now, I've got a lot of thoughts to share. They're going to be somewhat disorganized, and I'll probably come back for another bite at this comment apple in just a minute. But, you know, it seems to me that we have been talking about this forever. But honestly, as Mr. Moberly said, in terms of a development process, we're not even to halftime yet. I mean, yeah, they've gone to Board of Zoning Appeals. They've gone to the Planning Commission for this change of zone. But if they want this to move forward, they still have to go to the Economic Development Standing Committee. They're still going to need to come back to this body for that result. They're still going to need to go back to Planning Commission for a final plan review, which will then come back to this body for a final vote. And one of the things that's become very clear to me in this process is how we need to do a much better job of letting you all know how long and how many twists and turns there are in this process. We're not even to halftime yet. So it seems to me that honestly, the best course of action is to approve the change of zone and the master plan amendment that are before us this evening and move this project along into the Economic Development Standing Committee for consideration of the potential development agreement. Now, moving the project along to Economic Development Standing Committee does not ensure it'll ever be done. But this is the step where the specifics of the project construction will come into ever clearer focus, and where any economic incentives that may be requested will be defined and potentially agreed upon, and where potentially innovative agreements could continue to be crafted that would benefit the immediate and surrounding community. I think the developers have already made several substantial improvements to the design as it has evolved. The development agreement process would allow us to continue making those changes. I am fully aware, however, that most of the immediate neighbors to the south, and I see a lot of you who I know live immediately south of this, are concerned about the scope, the size of this project. So in the spirit of making everybody mad, what I've heard from the neighbors is RP6 is too much, but we'd be happy with R5. And guess what I'd ask here is R5 a killer? Or can we make it hurt just enough to bring this home? And I don't necessarily expect you to answer that question tonight, but you know what? If we can get R5 okay over here, and I understand it would mean scaling the project down, and that would probably mean changes both in your budget and all sorts of changes. But we have the potential incentives that are still on the table to be discussed. We have a lot of negotiating we could still do. Are we dead in the water if we say, let's go R5? Sure. I mean, you don't have to.
I think it is worth, Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group. I do think it is worth answering, at least giving a response. The short answer is no, not in its current form. We've run the financials, Commissioner, about every way you can run them. Construction costs are increasing, interest rates are increasing since we brought this project before you. That makes our job harder. We know that that's part of how we do business. It's part of what we do. The density that we've achieved at 129 to 140 units allows us to spread those fixed costs out among a number of units. And I'll give you a good example. The $1 million we're going to spend on infrastructure, that's being spent if it's 100 units or it's 129 units. It's the same size sewer, it's the same amount of water, it's the same investment. To spread that out among a number of units is necessary to get the economies of scale. As we get down to a level of 4 stories, we start to talk about, we don't build 2 stories of parking because we wouldn't fill it. And so now we're spending $40,000, $50,000 per parking space that probably won't get rented or used. And so we're down to 1 story of parking. Well, then we can only build a certain number of units to be in parking code. What I've communicated with you previously, all that being said, there is an economic development process forthcoming. You mentioned incentives. We've been very clear that we will need incentives because of the extraordinary cost of the parking garage. What we've also been very clear in, we're not going to ask for 100% abatement. This property will generate significantly more taxes than what it pays today as a result of our project. We are not going to take money today from the UG. We are increasing the taxes paid, but not the full tax rate, because we've been very clear that we will go through an economic development process. We're open to the discussion, but in its current form, the answer is no, I don't see how it works financially for us to move forward.
Okay.
And I've stated that publicly and in the media as well.
And I have told you previously that I have a position on this, and I'll tell you right now, I'm willing to reconsider that position if we can bring home a project that will be a little bit acceptable to everybody and a lot acceptable to nobody, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. You know, I grew up at 17th and Central. I've lived in Kansas City, Kansas my whole darn life. I know Central Avenue. Man, I got to tell you, living at 17th and Central, somebody builds this bad boy. That's so cool. But nobody did. All I've seen over my time on Central Avenue is stuff get torn down. And now we want to put something back where actually, except for the Alvarez Law Firm building, there hasn't been a structure on this land in, I think, forever. I'm not really sure, but I got to believe we can find a way to bring this, because people have talked to me and said, we don't need an apartment, we need amenities. Well, until you get people, you don't get amenities, folks. That's just kind of the way it works. And people have said, oh, you build this and my property taxes will go through the roof. And the next breath they say, you build this and my property taxes will crater. I won't be able to sell my house for what I got in it when I want to leave this town. Well, which is it? I don't know. You know, I just look at this and say, we've already got problems up on Russian Hill. Why don't we leverage this development as the opportunity to fix some stuff? Let's get a signal at 6th and Central. Let's reconfigure that intersection if that's what it takes. Let's get stuff for the community both locally and broadly through this process. That's what I want to see if we can do. And I've yacked enough and I'll be back, but I want to see if we can find a way to bring this.
Commissioner Kieran, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, resigned. Just a quick point of clarification. Although if the commission did move forward with the entitlements tonight, it would entitle the property. The project would still need to go through a final development plan. That final development plan ends at Planning Commission, does not come back to the Board of Commissioners.
Well, but the development agreement would come back to
correct.
us through the Economic Development Standing Committee. So that's where we will have influence on this process. And I guess what I'm asking about tonight is R6 versus R5.
Again, you heard the response from the applicant about R5, R6. If you did want to, if this body did want to move forward to ask them to seek R5, you would probably want to send them back to the Planning Commission to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, that was lively. I waited on purpose for the professor to go, because I'm sure I'm gonna learn quite a bit. No, I learned quite a bit. Yeah, this is a very difficult position to be in because I've talked to both sides, and I understand the arguments and the claims and the logic for both. We do need growth. We do need density. One of the things that I worry about, and it was something that I ran on, was not whether or not to get development. We need development in Wyandotte County, period. But how we develop and how we get not just economic stability, but political stability is super, super important to me. As a commissioner that does not have an area master plan in their district and has to basically be relegated to a very, very old 2008 master plan, I almost envy my peers and my colleagues because they have something to reference. And so I absolutely want to value that because I do not want to be hypocritical and ask for a master plan only to change it. However, I think the compromise has come out, which is that at the very least, giving Sunflower a chance to put together, or at least give them time to come up with a development under R5 would be the compromise. And that's not to say that all the other issues, I will say, there was a comment that was made, which was absolutely correct, in that we as public officials and as a unified government need to do probably a better job in requiring some sort of bilingual public engagement when it comes to development. Because we talk about all the diversity, but then we're only doing public engagement in one language. And so I want to honor that because that is very, very correct. And it's something that we needed to continue to do and something that I would encourage Sunflower to do as well. I read, or at least skimmed through the traffic study. I have some concerns about how trucks will be rerouted, or if there's a Chiefs game, Chiefs go back to the Super Bowl and everybody's having a party and there's an emergency and all of the public parking is taken up. Where does it go? At the same time, we need density. And I do think, and I want to honor the fact that Mark, you and your team have been working with us. I honestly thought you all were going to walk away after some of the public engagement processes. And so I don't have anything more insightful to add. but that we are going to have to come to a compromise. But the last thing I'll say, and I'll close with this. I do not believe that for Wyandotte County to thrive, we have to take everything that comes our way. That's something that I just no. I am not from Wyandotte County. Many of you know that. And so I don't know, maybe it's, me not being from here and choosing Wyandotte County as opposed to being born and raised in Wyandotte County, where that attitude comes from. But we as a community have to love ourselves if we want other people to love us. And that self-love has to come in compromise, because all of you make Wyandotte County what it is, both business owners and residents. And so, I would be for, so that we get some sort of closure, maybe sending this back to the Planning Commission to see if there could be something working with the financials of the development in R5. And then from there, we can, have a discussion as a commission. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis, if I may, just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I agree that our bilingual efforts really across the UG are woefully inadequate. I would make the note that our notification system does have it's at the very last sentence in our notifications, but there is a notification noted that says you can receive translation services. We do have two bilingual Spanish and English speakers in our department who have been very helpful over the last 2 years. And also I would make the note that the Central Area Master Plan is wholly translated in Spanish. That is the first time that's ever happened in the unified government. And as far as we could tell, it's the first time that's ever happened in the state of Kansas.
Well, that's incredible. I did not know that. And please send that information to us. And I think it would be good for us to make a process around that, so that that becomes common practice and we don't necessarily have these hiccups. This isn't, anything on you, but I think as a government, we can do a better job. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this question is, well, not really a question, but a clarification for the community. And this will, as our chief counsel, this has a valid protest petition. So if Misty, it does not? I thought it had a valid protest. That's what it says here in the.
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. No, Commissioner, there is not a valid protest petition in there.
Well, then we need to make sure the staff report says otherwise, because it says otherwise that there is a valid protest petition.
Commissioner Ramirez, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. If it says that, I apologize. We were operating off of things that we have not been access to the server due to the cyber attack. We've had to address all of these staff reports based through old emails, PDFs, and using Adobe Acrobat Pro. We didn't have the original files, namely the final staff report. So there was a protest petition filed. It was invalidated.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McCarron.
No, I'll defer to Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites.
Thank you. So the last thing you just said, the petition was invalid or valid? We can't hear.
Sorry about that. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. A protest petition was submitted by the community. It was invalid.
Okay, thank you.
Until the very last day when they came back with it. I'm sorry.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning. Can you hear me? Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. We originally validated the protest petition. The applicant appealed. It was reviewed by legal. They did find that some of the signatures were invalid, therefore making it invalid.
Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm inclined at this point, and I think I know the answer to the question that I'm about to ask. But if we do send this back to the Planning Commission, if we decide that we'd like to see this at R5 rather than 6, that necessarily throws your plan and your finances into complete disarray. And we've got to regroup, and there may need to be more negotiation on public-private partnership before we can fully understand whether or not that works. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group. I think that was a question. I'm going to give you a piece of information. Approving R6 still means I can do a smaller building. Doesn't mean I have to go way up. So approve the R6. If you don't like what I'm doing, don't give me the economic incentives that I need to build, and then put me back down to a 4-story building. If the finances don't work, we walk away. To push us back to go look at an R5, that's months of time to redesign, rebid, decide if it's financially feasible. And then we're dead in the water if we're not. Because R6 would just allow us to go here. Doesn't mean we still can't go 4 stories. And so an R6 approval tonight, and I'm reiterating myself, still means we can do a 4-story building if that is what we figure out can work. I don't think it can, but I'm not going to say never, especially when you start talking about economic incentive policy.
So we're back to where I started a long time ago, which was if we were to move this forward tonight and it goes to Economic Development Standing Committee, that's where the rubber is actually going to meet the road in terms of plan design, in terms of the financing of this whole thing. And that's where we could have an influence on the size of the project.
Influence, I suppose, to vote my incentives yes or no, meaning direct control. Fair. I mean, that's fair.
Yes.
Right? Oh, yes. Okay. My counsel advises yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kane.
Okay. Now, we've all been here for a heck of a long time. So you're willing to, we pass this and you'll at least take a hard look and not going up as high as what you said. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We'll be open book. I'll sit down. I'll walk you through a schematic plan. I promise you, generator will be willing to look at that. We have a general contractor that's been providing us very high level budget estimates. We will be open book and show you why we think it works today and why we think it doesn't work. And it's, I don't want to put this bluntly, it's numbers. I'm not passionate about 139 apartment
All you
units.
gotta do here, brother, is say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, I think Commissioner Kane kind of asked my question. I'll retract my button. Oops.
Commissioner Davis.
Okay, just to get some clarity on that. Because what I would like to see is like not two completely different plans, but beyond scenarios, something on paper where we could compare. Would that be possible where we could see a very rough draft of 8 stories and then comparing it to 4 stories? And then you also show us the financials as well. And then we make the decision.
Yeah.
Would that also be possible?
Yes, Mark Moberly, Sunflower. Commissioner, anything's possible and we're happy to put that together.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting to you, and we've spent 6 months beating this plan every which way, alternates from my contractor to decrease units, to increase size, to squeeze the building. I'm able to take those numbers and say, what if we lopped off 22 units and just cut a floor out? Okay, that changes the budget. I mean, we do this real time. And so I don't want to just breeze over that. I don't think it works because I would have been here proposing that because this
Sure.
would have been a lot easier meeting.
Yeah.
If that would have worked. But
Okay.
yes, I will commit that we will show you that type of concept. And I can sit down and run you through the numbers about why it doesn't work in comparison to the same assumptions on why we think today's project does work financially. And we won't pursue a project if it doesn't work financially because we're going to get to the finish line well after halftime and no one will give me any money to build it and we're all going home.
Okay. Gunnar, you look like you were about to say something.
Yeah, Commissioners, if I may, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I think it's important that you understand that there's, again, two things at play here. There's this development, and then there's the entitlement on the land. What I've heard the opposition say today was talking about the entitlement of the land and the development. What you're talking about right now is moving forward with the development, leaving the entitlement higher than potentially what the development might actually occur as. Now, granted, if built, it's only going to have 25, 50, 100-year lifespan potentially. If you want to move forward, you can do as you are speaking. You can also move forward with a supermajority vote if you choose to change the recommendation of the Planning Commission and go to RP5 now. That significantly restricts what the developer and development could potentially do. So the question is, do you move forward with greater flexibility, but entitle higher? Or do you address the entitlement now and restrict it now and make it harder for that flexibility? I think it's important, considering the opposition in the room today, to make that distinction.
Gotcha. I have a question for legal. When you're ready, could we make a motion to approve for R6 with the stipulation that we see plans for both 8-story and 4-story? Did I? Is that even possible?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. So I suppose anything is possible, Commissioner, but if you are approving for an R6, then you're already approving that this maximum height. So you could ask for the plans, but the approval is already there for unlimited height. So I think my recommendation would be providing some clarity to the developer one way or the other, so they know what the expectations are today, other than leaving it open.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. And this is why it takes so long, right here. So what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Handy, is that if we were to just move this straight to standing committee now, the entitlement would be on the land. And if for whatever reason this group was unable to complete their project, that entitlement would be on that land. And if somebody came along tomorrow who didn't need us at all, they could go ahead and build RP6 on that land.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Yes, with one caveat, because it is being rezoned to a potential planned district, it would have to go through the Planning Commission for a final development plan.
But the barrier to entry, so to speak, would be much lower if somebody new came in and it was already zoned.
Yes.
Okay. Then that leads me to believe that our best path forward may be to stipulate R5 and move it forward from here to standing committee. And if that's the case, then I think we'll make everybody a little bit mad, but hopefully we'll get somewhere where we actually have a development, and you'll see Commissioner Davis and myself and Burrows and Stites and Townsend at standing committee.
Commissioner Stites.
Okay. So I'm not clear if that was a motion or not, but I'm going to ask a question. Right. So is that an option for the developer?
Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group. No, not at this time.
There we go.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment, and I understand what you're saying. Right now, as you speak, that's not an option. But I go back to what was done earlier, and I met with you all over a month ago, and some of the things that you have acceded to tonight, I don't think were on the table at that time. So I'm hoping this can be kept alive so everybody hurts a little bit. As Commissioner McCarron had said. So that's my thought, that I do want to recognize that things that weren't possible a month ago, have become more palatable. So, thank you.
Commissioner Bynum?
I just want to clarify an answer to an earlier question. Because I thought that when we were discussing R5, R6, I was hearing the developer say, we can talk about it. But that's not the answer you just gave when Commissioner Stites. Yeah, that's why I'm asking my question. Because Commissioner Stites just said, is R5 an option? And you just said no. But earlier I thought you said we can talk. So I just want to clarify, because I think what you're seeing up here is 9 commissioners who really want to help you move something forward while respecting what we've heard from folks who live very nearby. You can see what a difficult spot that's putting every single one of us in. So I'm not trying to tie you to something. I guess I'm asking you, if we passed R5 tonight, would you keep working with us to bring some kind of multifamily development that we can all live with? Would you do that?
Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group. It's a tough question to answer. The first part of this was, would we be willing to work under an R6 approval to study something smaller? And I said yes. Today, I don't have that path forward to build something under R5. We've run the numbers. We can't figure out a way to make it work. Because again, if we could, why wouldn't we have proposed that? We wouldn't be here right now. We would have gotten your approval because the 4 stories is what we've said the opposition will support. I can't finance that. And so today, under R5, I mean, yes, we've got 9 months into it. We're going to figure out if it's absolutely impossible. And again, incentives open up opportunities. But it doesn't work today. And we've spent countless months fine-tuning what we know works on the financials. Commissioner Townsend asked, why was something not possible when we met with her that's possible today? We've not necessarily changed the revenue from the project. We've cut the unit count. We've made some pretty awesome units on those top floors that now have outdoor terraces. We can get into that. I've got projects all over town that have penthouses that lease for stupid amounts of rent. And I won't say those numbers because they are stupid. And we think that there's always someone that was willing to live in that top floor with that penthouse. That is the same as building 4 units of rent, and the cost is cheaper. So that's why, Commissioner Townsend, if I could address your comment, it is possible because we've decided that that is something that can happen here. We're proving it in other projects around the metro area. So the clear answer to Commissioner Stites is no, I don't have a project that works today under R5. My answer to Commissioner McKiernan is yes, we will commit to studying it under the R6 to see if it will work. And I will commit to being transparent with that study. But if you approve R5 today, I don't have a path forward. Given as much time as we've invested into the project, yes, we're going to study it. I would be shocked if we had anything that represented something that an economic incentive could support and fix. We've done this all over town. The opposition brought up a project in Shawnee at the former Wonderscope site that we asked for 4 stories. It was voted down at City Council. We could not figure out a way to make it work. We're trying to do townhomes. They don't work. I've seen this movie before, and we've tried already.
I was just hoping to have you help us help you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And if I thought we could make a 4-story building work on this site, I would tell you that.
And I'm sorry, one more time.
Mm-hmm.
You said, and I'm paraphrasing, if we allow the R6, you're willing to talk and study the lesser amount.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well,
yes,
all right.
that is absolutely
All right,
accurate.
I
That's what I,
just
yes.
wanted- I'm at this point making sure I hear and understand. Okay, thank
And if can I make a follow-up comment there? It was mentioned that if you approve R6, someone could potentially come back, we could sell the ground, someone could come back and build a project without you. There is no way someone can build a project that high and park it on site without economic incentives. Now, they might be able to build it without parking, but then they're going through BOZA. And that was made loud and clear that the parking variance is not on the table. It's not going to happen.
Any more comments or questions from our commissioners?
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question of the applicant?
Go ahead.
In the same vein, in the spirit of exhausting all potential options, would a month holdover be enough time to crunch the numbers, so to speak, to see if an R5 project would work? Yeah. If you allow me.
Please come to the podium.
As you're doing that, Mr. Mobley, the question is, and again, in the spirit of exhausting all options here, to put before the Board of Commissioners, would a month, 30-day holdover allow you the time to crunch the numbers to determine if an R5 zone property would work for you?
I don't, Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group, I don't believe so. We've spent 9 months trying to figure out how to make this work. 30 days to draw something, to get it to a point where a general contractor can provide me numbers that we can put stock in to tell you we have a project or not. I mean, again, we've spent significant amount of time and resources to get to the point where we're at today, where we're pricing some kinds of materials. We're pricing high-rise code. We're doing that level of bidding because we need to know what it costs to build something like this. And quite frankly, I don't think my rent levels stay the same when it goes to a 4-story building.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. I'll weigh in shortly. It sounds like that we have a developer that is willing to bring something. It's not unique to our metro area, but it's something that's desperately needed in Wyandotte County. When you talk about revitalizing our downtown, our urban core, things east of 635, we have got to get those seeds here in Wyandotte County. We can't keep having developers come in and push them away. Or hit a roadblock of bureaucracy, which I've been hearing here in the unified government. And not having people willing to work with them in a way that can bring the types, the goods, the services, the types of housing, be it moderate income, upper income, low income housing. We've got land here in Wyandotte County, and the vision that I've been told is that we want people at all income levels to move east of 635. And I think there's enough room for that if we do things right. I've heard this developer say that he's looking at lower income and moderate and below income housing as well as an option. Am I correct? So this is just the first step. There are many steps to go through, as Commissioner McKiernan said, before we even get to a final approval by this commission. People are watching what this commission is doing tonight, and we cannot keep closing the door on developers that want to do business in Wyandotte County. I look across the water right downtown from my office, and they're building up because they're landlocked. I rode around in Johnson County, our neighbor to the south. They've got every type of development that you can think of. I go north. Who would have thought Riverside, Briarcliff, Leavenworth County to our west. And people have asked me, what are we doing wrong here in Wyandotte County to where nobody wants to build here and provide the goods, the services, the housing that we so much desperately need to broaden our tax base? We can talk about taxes and incentives all the time, but we've got to get the types of brick and mortar businesses and the type of residentials so we can start doing the things that this commission should be able to do. And that's to have more tax revenue to provide the types of amenities and the goods and service and take care of our roads, our bridges, our recreation centers and things of those nature. Is every plan a perfect plan? No. But I think this developer is willing to try and get as close to being perfect with the concerns of the neighbors that have raised their concerns. I don't know how much more we can ask. And at the end of the day, we're not even close to a final approval. So I stand in support of at least letting the process go through, see where we're at. And then when we get to the end of this road, then this commission, based on what our community members say and this developers present, they can make a better informed decision on the final outcome of this project. So I'm going to I've got a motion and a second for approval on the change of zoning for application COZ 2021-051. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I believe we have Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate that. What I'm going to say to you all is what Commissioner Bynum said to you all a moment ago. We have heard you, and we are committed to doing our best to meeting in the middle, to creating the best public-private partnership that we can possibly create, to allow everyone in the community to benefit to some degree. That is going to be our goal. And I'll speak for my chair of the Economic Development Committee, Commissioner Burrows, and tell you that we will work very hard to see if we can bring this home so that everybody's just a little mad, but we all get to benefit from it. So I do thank you for what you've done. I thank you all in advance for what we are about to do.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I may be the only one that's going to vote against this. I'm not against development in any way, shape, or form. I'm not. We're talking about having developers come and be part of this community. We had a development for the Jack Reardon Center, but unfortunately that has been stalled. It was a development that was unanimously approved by this body. And so we need to make sure we're being consistent if we want developers to come in. That's all I ask. Thank you.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
No.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
There's 8-1, the motion carries.
I'll entertain a motion for B1, vacating application VAC 2022-001.
Mayor, so moved. Bynum.
McKiernan, second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
No.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Motion's 8-1. That motion carries. The vote is 8-1.
I'll entertain a motion for C1, period MPL 2021-028.
So moved. Bynum.
McKiernan, second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. Burrows.
I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure I got the motion properly the right number.
C1.
Mayor, could you repeat that again? C1?
Yeah.
It is C1 MPL 2021-028.
Thank you, Mayor. Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
No.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 8-1, that motion carries.
Stand by with me just a second. We've been going at this for quite a while. We're going to give our commissioners about a 10-minute break. So we will reconvene here at 10:15.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, there it is, right here. Perfect, very good. Awesome, hopefully we made the slides.
We're going to start in 1 minute if everybody can get situated, please. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to go ahead and bring us back into session. Next, we have item A2 C0Z2022-001 and C2 MPL 2022-0001. Tim Cates with Remo Demolition LLC seeking a change of zone for CP-3 Pan Commercial District to MP number 2 Plan General Industrial District for a contractor, staging area, and heavy equipment storage, and a master plan amendment from planned commercial to industrial at 14140 State Avenue. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6-1. I'll ask if staff has some, you have some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is just an update. If you recall, these items were held over for 30 days from your March meeting. At that time, the Board of Commissioners motioned that the applicant was to develop a traffic study as it related to the conversation at that meeting and at the City Planning Commission hearing. We have worked with our third-party consultant. They have submitted a bid for that work to the applicant. The applicant has yet to respond to that request or pay that bill. We've spoken with legal. We believe that we should wait until that money is paid to us to proceed with that traffic study, at which time we can then come back and hear this case. Staff recommends that we hold this over for another 30 days for that to happen.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present his application. Okay, it doesn't appear like he's present. I'm going to ask for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, Commissioner Stites.
Just for clarification, so has the applicant been in contact with us?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The last communication we had was with the applicant's representative who confirmed receipt of the invoice essentially. Again, we don't want to move forward with the cost of that with our third-party consultant to do that traffic study and be left with the bag if the applicant were to walk away or withdraw from this application. So we're not going to proceed until we have a check in hand. They do know, and that we are waiting the response and that payment.
And I mean, has there been any, we need 2 weeks, we need a week, we need anything?
No, just receipt, confirmation of receipt, and that was 2 weeks ago.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. So what happens if he doesn't do this next month?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. My recommendation is if he doesn't pay by next month, we move forward with a recommendation for denial.
It works for me.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk to receive any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments were received. Request.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
Seeing none.
Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name, address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Seeing none, Mayor.
I'll ask the clerk if he's received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item.
No requests were received, Mayor.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up 3 minutes to state your comments.
Seeing none.
Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Seeing none as well, Mayor.
I will close the public hearing. The petitioner happens to be present. Would you like to make some closing arguments or comments? Doesn't appear he's present. Do any of the members of the commission have any additional questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I would just state for the record, the applicant did know that we are hearing this tonight.
Thank you. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I would move for a 30-day continuance per the recommendation of our planning committee.
Barclay, second.
Oops.
There is a motion and there's a second. Based off the recommendation of our planning director. Roll call, please. Well, is there any discussion before we move forward? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Abstain.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 8-0. That motion carries.
Yeah, I got it. I'll now entertain a motion for C2 MPL 2022-001.
Mayor, it's Commissioner Bynum. I would move that we hold over master plan amendment that accompanies the prior application for the 30-day time period.
Markley, second.
There's a motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Abstain.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 8-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the planning and zoning portion of tonight's meeting. We'll now move into the regular portion of our agenda. I am going to move forward the administrator's agenda out of courtesy for the presentation related to our 2022 community survey results. Our only item is a presentation to review the results for the 2022 community survey. And I'll ask Ms. Kathleen Von Achen, our Chief Financial Officer, to make some opening remarks.
Yeah. Good evening, and I'm happy to welcome our representative from ETC to make the presentation on our community survey results.
Mayor, members of the commission, it's great to be here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Tatham. I'm the CEO for ETC Institute. I've actually been doing surveys for the county since 1997. I've done statistically valid surveys about 70 times involving about 50,000 residents of this county. So this is the latest survey that we've conducted directly for the unified government. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit about what we did. You've been here really long, so I'm going to try to turn my 1-hour presentation into about a 15 to 20-minute version and give you the highlights. This is just the GWIS map. We are the leader internationally. We now have offices in Africa, in India, and we're a global company helping local governments make better decisions with community input. I'm going to just walk you through briefly how we did the survey. It's statistically valid. You heard that issue earlier about whether the surveys are valid or not. This is actually representative of your community. And it's usually used to objectively assess what your residents think of services. You hear a lot of input from meetings like this, which is really important. But we found when we did a survey a couple of years ago that only about 6% of people in the United States report ever going to a public meeting. And when you follow it up, over half of those people actually went to a meeting more than a year ago. And the top 3 reasons people go are to get recognition or see someone else get recognition. Number 1, to tell the local government what they don't like about something, or to ask them to change the way things are done. The average resident's going around their lives and they don't have time to really let you know how you're doing. So without a tool like this, sometimes it's hard to know what the average resident thinks. With that said, you have a commitment, have done a commitment now for several times, which is one of the most significant commitments of any local government in the nation with regard to the number of residents that you survey. There are over 3,100 households that participated. Putting that in perspective, that's about 1 in every 20 households. Over 7,000 people are represented in these households, and the results are accurate to plus or minus 1.7% at the 95% level of confidence. You don't know what that means. That means if we did the survey 100 times, 95 times out of 100, we get these same results within 2% or less. And so it's very accurate. In addition, your sample's designed to make sure you get data from 47 different neighborhood areas.
in each of your commission districts that's statistically significant. So it's very, very comprehensive and one of the most comprehensive ones that we do. You can see here the data is then weighted to make sure each district counts the same. We also check the demographics of the data to make sure we get good representation by age, good representation by race compared to the census, which you can see there is in red versus the sample is in blue. Good representation by Hispanic and Latino ancestry. You can see we're very close to the census on that, and good representation geographically. The dots on the map show basically where the respondents live at the block level. So it's not their exact home address, but it gives you an idea where they're from. And you can see we have good distribution from the entire county. So that's how the survey was done. I've gone through it quickly. If you have more questions at the end, I'll walk you through it. There were 8 major things that we looked on the survey. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each of them, but I do want to tell you up front that if you want to get the most bang out of your resources in the next 2 years to enhance overall satisfaction with the county, make the county look better. Appearance and cleanliness I'm seeing in every single area. The streets are issues. You have other issues to address that are extremely expensive. But the one item, I've done this for thousands of communities, that I see in every area that would improve your overall satisfaction significantly, happens to be in that area. It's not, this slide's not in the presentation. That's just the highlight I've given you up front in case you fall asleep. As far as the overall results, your public health services has done one of the best jobs of any communities in the country. In fact, if you go to our website, we've been tracking a similar question to this almost every month since the start of the COVID pandemic. In April 2020, the results for this county were 57% positive. You'll notice they're now 76% people are giving positive ratings. During that same period of time, the national average went from 49% to 30%. So in the average county, only 30% of people think their county has taken appropriate responses to the COVID pandemic, and here it's 3 out of 4. You should be really proud of your health services department. You've done a tremendous job. Yeah, that's definitely a real highlight that I would greatly congratulate you on. In addition, you've touched lots of lives. I just checked your data on vaccinations to see if this was comparable. It actually is pretty much on target, at least for the first vaccination. You've touched lots of people in this community. And I think that's one of the reasons is your touches on people's lives during the COVID pandemic was positive, which is the reason now you're 40% above the national average when it comes to people's view of how you handled it. So great, great job. A lot for you to be proud of. In addition, we look at some of the core services you provide at the neighborhood and community level. These are a lot of your city-like services, your fire service, ambulance service, trash collection. I'm not going to read the whole list to you, but when you look at that, you'll notice that fire, ambulance, trash collection, police services, there's lots of blue. People are generally satisfied with those. As you work your way down, you'll see code enforcement and maintenance of streets, lots of red. There's a lot of dissatisfaction there. Those are the 2 areas that really stand out. Code enforcement's often a function of what people see around them, and you're going to see that theme in a number of areas that we look at. When we look at some of the changes to your pre-COVID survey, the one we finished just before the pandemic hit, we've seen a lot of areas decrease. That's happened pretty much across the board for most communities. The area that's typically gotten down the most is police services. Nationally, it's down about 14%. You're down about 10%. You'll also notice that park and recreation programs are around 10%. That's down around 15% because frankly, a lot of programs were shut down and not offered. So the trends that we see in your data are pretty consistent. But in spite of that, your trash collection services have actually improved, which was somewhat rare, went in the opposite direction that we've seen. So yeah, they're up 2%. So when we ask people what the top priorities are, that's what you see on here. Maintenance of streets, clearly the top priorities. I know you all have been focused on that. You've talked about that. That clearly resonates strongly with residents. In fact, you have almost as many people picking maintenance of streets as their number 1 choice as you do for the combined top 4 choices for everything else except for police services. And when we do the analytics on this, we actually take a look at how does people rate each of these services as priorities within each of the districts. And what shows me as your priorities are pretty similar when it comes to these types of services. Maintenance of streets is the top priority in every district. Code enforcement is top priority in 7 of the 8 districts, and you'll see police services is in the top 5 in all 8 districts. So at the end of the day, your top priorities are very, very similar. When it comes to the analytics, where we actually do a model to say, if you were to invest time, resources, communication, or energies in an area, which of these areas would have the biggest return for you with regard to overall satisfaction with services? You'll see streets is right at the very top. Very, very expensive. But code enforcement's a close second. You'll notice there, police services and parks and recreation. Those are the 4 neighborhood or community level services that will make the biggest difference. What I found, having done this for 20 some years, is not all investments are equal. Streets are super expensive, take years to change people's perceptions. Other things like code enforcement are much easier to do in the short term and can have a big impact in people's perceptions of the county, which is one of the reasons I highlighted that early on. And you'll notice the concern about streets. When you see red and orange on our maps, that's dissatisfaction. You'll see there's concerns about that county-wide. When it comes to code enforcement, you can see there's lower ratings. It's not as low as streets, but they're lower throughout the county. Police services is actually pretty good throughout the county, but it's very important to people. And then finally, parks and recreation is somewhat more in the middle. So those are the things take away when you're looking at your neighborhood and your kind of city level services to focus on. Next thing, we looked at the county level services. Again, we looked at everything from your parks to your elections to your health services. I won't read the entire list to you. You can see the things that people are most dissatisfied with are vehicle registration, property tax administration. 2 of those things are highly controlled by the state, and those are challenges for you. And I've seen challenges in other communities in our state that have dealt with those similar services. But all in all, those are the 2 that really stand out. But your parks, local elections, and public health services get good ratings. In fact, your public health services, another testament to how well you've done, is in the middle of a pandemic where most ratings have gone down. Your public health services have actually seen a significant improvement of 8% since the last survey. And if you look compared to the last 2 surveys, our baseline, you can see it's 10%. So you're doing great job meeting those expectations during a period when that was one of the most biggest concerns that the community had. Local elections, you'll see, is the area that dropped the most from the last survey. And a lot of that had to do with a lot of the politics that happened during some of the recent elections. In addition, when you look at the priorities, property administration, motor vehicle registration are at the top. And then when we looked across the board, those are priorities in every county, but you'll notice on the county level services, there's a lot more variation between what is 1, 2, or 3. But the top 3 services, property tax administration, motor vehicle registration, and services for seniors, and services for developmental disabilities, are in the top 5 for most of the districts. And you'll notice when we do the analysis here, those items that I've already mentioned with the biggest dissatisfaction, the motor vehicle registration and your property tax administration, are the ones that people are the most concerned about. So you may want to be looking further down the list as to what are the things that the county can actually do something about, especially when sometimes you're dealing with state challenges. And you'll notice that these are concerns county-wide: motor vehicles, services for seniors, and then also the services for developmental disabilities. So I'm flying through a lot of this stuff just so I can get to some of the other highlights, which I think are really insightful. On public services ratings and priorities, this is probably really important because this has been one of those topics the last couple of years that have been very, very sensitive. The county has followed the path that we've seen in most of the rest of the nation. The areas that we saw the biggest decreases, though, were response time for medical emergency calls and response time for police emergencies. Those were the 2 things that we've seen the biggest decrease. When we looked at the overall priorities, you'll see the visibility of police in residential neighborhoods. And number 2 item from a public safety perspective is community appearance and maintenance, almost as important as the visibility of police. This normally is only an issue when a community actually believes that if it looked better, it would feel safer. And so not only is the appearance a code enforcement issue or a neighborhood issue, things and improvements that you do here with regard to the appearance of the county will probably end up making people feel safer. And when we do the analysis that I showed you before, the number 1 opportunity for improvement in the category of public safety is the appearance and maintenance of the community. So that's one of the themes I hope that you're going to get from today's presentation. And you'll see that this issue about community appearance and maintenance, There's concerns of much of the county. The visibility of police in neighborhoods is not as big a concern. There are some issues with animal control. Overall community policing gets similar ratings throughout the county. When it comes to maintenance priorities, the next major category we looked at, you'll notice that the biggest decreases have to do with maintenance of major streets. And the other one, overall cleanliness of streets and public areas. You'll see that that actually has gone down 10% since the survey we did right before COVID. The other thing I want to highlight here, though, is the maintenance of streets isn't just a major street issue, it's also a neighborhood issue. And you'll notice that the ratings for neighborhoods is actually lower than for major streets. So this isn't just an issue on your major corridors. And when we ask people what the top priority was, you'll see it's maintenance of streets and neighborhoods at the top, followed by maintenance of major streets. And then you'll notice overall cleanliness of streets and public areas. And when we followed up this with the analytics, you'll see the street costs, which are probably in the billions, perhaps, if you actually did everything that you had in the county. But the one item there that's a very high priority for you in the pink, again, overall cleanliness of streets and other public areas. So it's not just a police issue, it's also a maintenance issue, and we see it in code enforcement as well, which is coming up in just a couple slides. When it comes to parks and recreation, we ask people the same set of questions. Again, similar trends, as I mentioned before, parks and recreation did generally drop since the pre-COVID levels. You'll notice that the overall park and your maintenance of equipment at your parks and the park maintenance itself is the area that we saw one of the biggest decreases of 12%. The cost of recreation programs also dropped at 10%. And those were the two things that I flagged there as the biggest drops. When you look at the top priorities, people want access to walking and biking trails. That's not a surprise. But notice that number 2 priority, which is statistically equal to the number 1, it's again taking care of what you have. The overall maintenance of your park equipment and at your parks, making those things that people probably visit look better, feel better, and be in better shape. And when we did the analysis here, you'll see that access to walking to biking trails is at the top. Overall park and equipment maintenance is number 2. And then you'll see that level of recreation programs for different groups is 3rd. And that's really as an afterthought of COVID, a lot of folks are now wanting to re-engage. So there's a lot more expectations on that than there have been before. And I'll just briefly go through some of the slides to let you see them. The 7th area we looked at is code enforcement. You'll notice here, again, the biggest decreases, cleanup of junk and trash in neighborhoods and mowing and trimming of weeds on private and vacant property in neighborhoods are the 2 areas that decreased the most since the last surveys. Most everything is lower now across the board than it was before COVID. And you'll notice that the cleanup of junk and debris citywide is at the top of the list. That mowing and trimming is 2nd. And again, cleanup of junk and debris in neighborhoods. So this is the theme that you're seeing throughout here, which is why I think this is an area, if you address it, could have some real significant impact on the community and their perceptions of the leadership and the direction that the county is going in a very positive way for much less cost than repaving every street and road in the county. And you see, again, when we did the analytics, the cleanup is at the top of the list. And then I'll just show you a couple more maps before I get to some of the other issues. Last thing I'll share with you tonight is that how residents get information. You might wonder how that is. Your website's the number 1 source. And because of that, your website needs to be good. It needs to be updated. It needs to keep up with the changing times. If you're not continually improving your website, people are going to be dissatisfied with the information they get. So that should be a high priority for the county. You can see local television, other. Look at the next thing that follows down that you control, your social media, your Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You've got to be aware of your footprint on social media, what people are saying, and actively be engaged in that level these days. And if you're not, it can really hurt you in a negative way and cause people to lose confidence in their local government. Notice that the other one that's on your list is Nextdoor, which is growing. It's becoming more and more significant. It was actually the number 2 source of information for a presentation I gave in Fort Lauderdale this morning. In addition, we asked people what the problems were. They haven't changed that much. Concerns about crime and drugs are still things that people care or are the most concerned about in their neighborhoods. And you'll see the things that they were still concerned but lower were homelessness and the abandoned and local of junk vehicles. But all of those items, if you actually look at them, you have at least 1 in 5 people having some concerns. The tool I'd suggest that many of you look at if you're not familiar with it is we've now provided the county with a dashboard which actually lets you drill down and see the data on maps of the county for each of the 47 neighborhoods. So for those of you who are interested, you can actually see how things have changed from the last survey to this survey for many of these topics. Last couple of things is you probably don't get a good answer from the survey for this. It should fireworks be allowed? The bottom line is the survey did not give you a definite answer. People are either for it, 31% strongly agree, and that's the people who are passionate about it, and 31% strongly disagree. You can see everybody else is kind of leans one way or another, but the survey tells you that the reason you probably asked the question is it seems like a divided issue, and this just validates that you all get to make that wonderful decision for the community. So a couple other things to support. One of the things we want to look at, some things that you might be able to do to basically attract a skilled and capable workforce. All of the ideas that were presented to residents were supported. There was some opposition to the elimination of the residence requirement, but you can see 50% of folks we asked actually supported it, and all those other items were supported as well. So just to summarize, you got through a pandemic really well, and the results may be down, but the biggest thing that really mattered the last couple of years for many communities is the public health issue, is how did you deal with it? And at the end of the day, this county has done a much better job than the average county across the country. And you're to be commended for that, both in the way you compare nationally and the fact that your ratings went up in that area when pretty much everything went down. But now that the pandemic is coming to an end, you do have a lot of issues to address. The biggest place you'll probably get return on your investment in time, resources, communication, and even mobilizing volunteers in the community is probably trying to make the community look better. Because people believe that if the community looks better, it'll be safer, they'll be more satisfied with the maintenance, they'll think code enforcement is better, and those issues in that area tend to be a lot less expensive than miles and miles of pavement. But that still needs to be addressed too. So with that, I know this was a much briefer presentation than I was planning. I didn't get into a lot of details, but I know it's really late for you. So I don't know if anyone, Mayor, has questions, but it's been a privilege to be able to share with you tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Even though it was fast, it was really exciting and insightful. I have a comment and a question. My comment is to our staff that are left in the room and those that are not. But I'm specifically right now talking to Public Works, Jeff Fisher and Angel Obert Parks, because I see you here. Survey results that speak to maintenance of city streets or shortfalls with Parks and Recreation. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm looking at all of us because that is on us, not our staff. Our staff have made major strides in the way that they organize and analyze this work and the way that they prioritize and bring us regularly what needs to be done. And now it's time for us to step up. So that is a statement and I will stand by it. My question for you is, does any part of the survey ask the community how they feel about delinquent taxes?
We didn't ask that,
Okay.
but we have the ability. We included a question if people wanted to do follow-up surveys for the city.
Okay.
They gave us their contact information, which we could send them an email or text to do. So if you have some additional follow-ups out of this survey, that could be done to get you that information.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, you guys all know that this is like my favorite day of the year. I love this survey. I think it's really critical for our work here. I would encourage everybody to spend some time with your survey, quality time. I'm happy to look at the survey with anyone every day, all the time. So just let me know if you're interested. We can schedule some time together. It's just great information. It's depressing to see some fallback in our code enforcement because our last survey results, we saw some progress and we were sort of celebrating our victory. I think it's sad, but we know we can succeed because we saw that increase previously. So we just got to do those same things and get back where we were. But it is sad because we had made so much progress and we're going to have to kind of pick back up where we left off there. And then the last thing I will say is that Julianne Van Loo and her staff deserve all of our praise for our COVID situation and their handling of that situation. It's nice for us to hear that and feel a little bit of victory there too, but they did all the hard work. So all the praise for them for the great results in terms of the COVID situation. Thanks.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of echo everything Commissioner Markley was saying, but during 2020, during the pandemic, we're still in the pandemic, but the height of the pandemic, it was a very politically volatile time for our community. And to see that over 70% liked what we did was kind of eye-opening to me. Because all the discussion and all the pushback we received about the stay-at-home orders and the mask mandate, it's amazing to see that the majority of our community agreed and liked what we did. And it, again, kudos to Julianne Van Loo, the director of our public health department, to her and her staff who are still continuing to do the good work of our community. As I've stated before, our public health department isn't a department that we hear a lot about. They do a lot of good work, but behind the scene. But last year and into 2021 and 2022, they were front and center. They were out in the community. Everyone knew that we had a public health department. So I cannot thank her and her staff enough for all of the work they did. Now pertaining to the survey, maintenance. That's all I'm getting out of this survey the most. Maintenance of our infrastructure and maintenance of our parks and recreation equipment, what have you. This right here is our guiding document during the budget. These are our marching orders. This is a statistically valid survey. So we can with certainty say, this is what the community of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas wants. We're going through this budget season. This is our guiding document. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Thank you. This is my first unified government budget cycle and also survey. So I appreciate it. It was very informative. My question would be this: it's coming up on May, 5 months into the year, and we've been having budget discussions for a while now. What is and I'm not being critical, I'm just asking, why is there a possibility that we get this survey earlier so that we can drill down into this a little bit prior to going into budget discussion?
Absolutely. And probably the best way to do that in the future, and we've talked about it, would be to get it designed late in the calendar year and then launch it right at the beginning of the year. We delayed the launch a little bit this year, which was the reason it took a little bit longer to get it to you.
Okay.
But the next time you do it, if you do it, you just simply start the cycle probably in November.
Okay. And then it's interesting that we talk about the number one item is cleanliness. I've been working with Codes Department, code enforcement for the last couple of weeks. And it was interesting to find out that they are slotted for 7 additional inspectors that they have not been allowed to fill. And I think that probably directly shows in this survey, if we don't have codes enforcement officers out there being able to do their job in our neighborhoods, enforcing, getting trash picked up, trash in the neighborhoods, cars being taken off the street, it shows. So I would highly advocate that we start looking at getting those codes enforcement officers hired back up and fully staffed out there so those guys and gals can do their job. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo everyone's sentiments on the health department. I hope we can sustain. One of the issues that I had with using ARPA money to fund some of these innovative positions for the health department is that ARPA money doesn't stay. And so I'm worried about some of that sustainability with this. When ARPA's done in 2024 and some of these positions are not renewed, what will that do not only to that department, but what will it do to community perception? And so I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I at least want to be on the record of, as we're having a conversation about the budget, if we can get some information from the health department regarding positions that they would like to keep permanent, I would love to have that discussion so that they can maintain. But yes, kudos to them. I had two questions that you may be able to help me out here, sir. When you asked about property taxes administration, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, right? There's the actual bill itself, right? And there's the appraisal, and then there's the process, right, of how it happens. Could you just provide insight on how our residents may have interpreted that question? Because I'm immediately thinking, yeah, the property taxes are too high. Of course, we need to fix this.
You're going to always have that. Nobody likes paying taxes. What we don't know from this survey is this survey is designed to identify the big buckets or the big areas, not necessarily give you all the answers. So we drilled down into maintenance, we drilled down into code enforcement. That's where those subsets, but we didn't do that for that particular area. So I can't tell you the reason, but that could be something that if you were to do some additional follow-up, you might want to probe of these three, which is the biggest concern or something like that. But we can't know from this survey what the actual reason is that people are dissatisfied, whether it is rates or process.
Gotcha. The other thing I'll say is I had a resident call me, this might have been a month ago, give or take. And they're like, I love that we're doing the survey, but there are many reasons as to why our residents would have chosen these things, right? Cleanliness could be a dumping issue, right? It can be and they're all related to code enforcement, having rodents or whatever, in your home. There are a variety of things as to why. And so I'm assuming you don't have any more insight given the answer that you just gave me.
I mean, that's this is a strategic high level. You do it every couple of years. So it's more of a report card in some ways.
Sure.
Than necessarily here's the corrective action or the specifics that you need to do, at least in all areas. There are a few areas where we do dive into them, but that'd be one of those things. If next time around you identify that here's another area we'd like to look at, maybe we address that area in more depth.
Yeah, that would be interesting because I would like to know some of the why behind choosing, right? Why our residents chose these particular things and kind of align that with our actions. But thank you.
Any more questions? I had one last question for you. Your sample, I might have missed it. What did that look like? Out of the 100 and almost 60 plus in Wyandotte County, and then if you're looking at all of Wyandotte County or just KCK, just back
Sure.
me
We
up
selected
to
about 15,000 households at random for the survey. A little over 3,000 of them actually completed it. So the response rate was pretty good for a survey that is this long. And then we track the response for the 47 different neighborhoods to make sure that we get at least 30 per neighborhood and then at least 300 per commission district. And as the surveys are done, we actually monitor the distribution of the sample against the census with things like race and age and other factors. And so if for some reason a certain group is less responsive, we'll do what's called oversampling. So for example, if Hispanics were responding at a lower rate than they should, we would then do our follow-up efforts more engaged to make sure that Hispanics are well represented. So, and we basically, when we're all finished, our goal is to make sure that the distribution of the sample actually looks like the county's population. And that's what we did.
Thank you. I'm going to step back to Commissioner Davis because I feel like you asked a question in your comments that I think with respect to your concerns about ARPA money, that I think you deserve to know that someone heard it, that we can get back that answer. And so I just wanted to circle back around to what Commissioner Davis said, because he was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but he was asking a question with regard to the satisfaction of the health department work, and that we were also pleased to put the ARPA funding there because we know it's needed, but we need to ensure some sustainability. So I just wanted to put that in the universe again, because I would like to know that staff heard the question, and at some point we'll at least keep it on a radar. I'm sorry, but thank you.
Commissioner Davis, you have another question?
Oh, no. Well, at some point, and I know we're going to get some information from departments, what I was saying was to maintain the excellence of our health department. I think some of that, and I could be wrong, is in part due to the extra funding that they received from ARPA. So if we can get recommendations from the health department of what positions and programs they'd like to keep in place, permanently or in perpetuity, right? That would be good for us to consider as we are doing the budget.
Thank you. And just to follow up on my question, out of all what you mailed out, right? Just real quick, simple math. How many did you get back, and what's that percentage?
Well, we completed 3,152. Probably about half of those, or a little over half, maybe 60%, came back by mail. The rest were done online. So we gave people a QR code that they could scan. We sent people texts, and we also sent people emails with links to the survey. So, and your sample is per capita, one of the most extensive surveys that we actually do. So, and I'd also commend you because frankly, when you get results, this county owns them. A lot of communities right now where the results haven't been the greatest in the world have told me not to come present. And so I think your transparency as leaders really shows a lot of your commitment to being open with the community. So congratulations on the health, and I wish you the very best in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to circle back around to the mayor's agenda, and item number 1 is the proclamation, May 6, 2022, as Providers Appreciation Day. I'll ask the clerk to read that proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, whereas over half the children under the age of 6 nationwide are estimated to spend time in childcare on a regular basis, and whereas childcare providers offer critical enrichment opportunities and nurture healthy development during an unrivaled period when children are building cognitive, physical, and socially emotional skills that form a foundation for future learning and achievement. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created tremendous hardship for childcare providers who have continued to meet the needs of Kansas City families while risking their health and financial stability to remain open. And whereas childcare is a vital building block of health community. And whereas our future depends on the quality of the early childhood experiences provided to the younger children today, support for high quality childcare represents a worthy commitment to our children's futures. And whereas organizations nationwide are recognizing childcare providers on this day. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 6, 2022, as Provider Appreciation Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize childcare providers for their important work. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Item number 2 is a proclamation proclaiming Thursday, April 30th, 2022 as Arbor Day. Clerk, could you please read that proclamation?
Yes, sir. Proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitats for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource providing paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 30th, 2022 as Arbor Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all residents to celebrate and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. A witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand in the seal of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. I got a question. Commissioner Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More of a correction. It should be Saturday, April 30th. Today is Thursday, April 28th. Oh. Friday, the 29th. Just as a, I just wanted to bring it up as a correction.
Thank you. We'll look into that and make that correction. Clerk, we'll get that to you. Okay, item number 3 is a presentation on a half-cent sales tax measure. The next item of business under the manager is a presentation by our Chief Financial Officer regarding a potential half-cent sales tax measure. I'll ask Ms. Von Achen to make that presentation.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Von Achen, the CFO, and just wanted to recap, during our special session, our departments went up and talked about, gave you an overview of all the projects that are potentially going to be funded by a sales tax measure, if you all entertain that. Tonight, what I'm talking about with all of you is the last 3 slides of the PowerPoint from earlier this evening, which I'm not sure they're going to put up. But and those have to deal with specifically the timeline for the measure, as well as generally the structure of the measure if it were to be undertaken. And before I start with that, I did want to point out or maybe answer a couple of questions that came up earlier this evening. So $200 million is the estimate for the entire 10-year period. It starts with 17 million a year, and that is the projection for 2023 of sales tax. It's based on the amount of sales tax that we're estimating will be collected in the EMS fund, and then ×2, because the EMS fund is a quarter cent. So basically it's the EMS. And another thing is, it's not just sales tax, it's also use tax. And right now, use tax is really growing quite a bit because there's greater online sales. So taking the 17 million I'm estimating for 2023, and then inflating or compounding that each year by 3.5% to account for growth and inflation. The annual amount grows. And so if you add them all up, it's about $200 million. The other thing I wanted to answer is, these are projects that were provided to me by departments, and the estimates were provided by the departments. So one of the things we need to undertake is to work with building and logistics and to determine whether the cost estimates are valid. And so, but this is all just very preliminary estimates of what the projects would cost. The other thing that I wanted to mention is only the fire station reconstructions that are listed on that list are the ones that, in fact, well, 1 or 2 of them are in the current 5-year CMIP. And then some of the, 4 or 5 others are planned to be paid for in the city debt fund out past 2027. So it's pulling all of those to current. Those actually are budgeted and planned for. All the other projects that were listed are unfunded. So, and the prioritization, that it's not, they aren't prioritized, they're unfunded. That's why, basically, that's why we're looking for additional funding sources to pay for these. So I don't know, did that answer some of your questions? All right, so as we mentioned at the end of the presentation, there's a need to take some time to validate the estimates. There's also a need for further community engagement. There's also a need for identifying through perhaps a consultant or from some additional survey work to determine whether the sales tax measure would be successful. And of course, success really greatly depends on the education campaign, or not campaign, but education efforts of our community, as well as events that would require a great deal more input from the community as well as the commission. So all of that effort still needs to be undertaken. This is not being presented as if it's completed. So this is a very preliminary beginning conversation. And if you could go to the next slide. So if there's there's two options for undertaking a sales tax measure in terms of timing. That would be the August 22 ballot. And if we were to do that, we would have to bring that measure before the ED&F committee at the next meeting, which is May 9th. And after talking with our election commissioner, which is pretty soon. If we were to push it to the general election, then it would be November of 2022, which means that would have to be on the June ED&F committee, so, or July. So, and then the last thing that we actually, we're all just kind of talking about this being a special purpose ballot measure where the functions are dedicated in the language of the ballot measure. But there's also another option where you can do a general purpose where the dedication isn't necessarily explicit in the language. The general purpose would not have a sunset, the special purpose would. So the purpose of the meeting or our presentation right now is really to gauge from all of you, where do you want to go with this proposal? And in terms of, oh yeah, keep going. Right. So the factors to consider is that, it takes time to make decisions about the sales tax structure in terms of general and special purpose, as well as the amount of the sales tax measure. Should it be 1/2 cent, 1/4 cent, and then the time that's going to be needed to engage the community stakeholders in the projects that are being undertaken. So tonight we want to get your feedback, and I'm not going to say any more, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. This is going to piggyback off something that Commissioner Stites mentioned earlier tonight. We already have a 3/8 cent sales tax, police, fire, public works. What if we tried something different? What if we added an 1/8 for parks? That's a total of 1/2, but 3/8 of it is already there. And then what we did is we go back to what we should have done after the economic downturn, which was return general fund spending to the general fund and not continue to fund it out of the 3/8 cent. And if we took our current 3/8 and we returned it to its original objective, which was enhancement of programming, enhancement of facilities, add an 1/8 to that for parks, and you've covered everything that you've got that we've talked about today. But what that does mean is that we've got to return some spending to the city general fund and the county general fund, and that's going to be on us to do that. So just thought I'd throw that out.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At special session, stated my position, 23. 2023. That's when I would like, we can have the conversation as a commission. We can go out in the community, have that education and have the conversation, but not on this year's ballot, neither the August nor the November. That is my stance. I will stand by it. We haven't, as Commissioner McKiernan says, we have an opportunity to think outside of the box and look into something that we already have and try to work with what we already have. You know, it's been said on this board that we have money, that we have more money than we do. Well, then let's get down into the budget and let's find it. Thank you.
Commissioner Markley?
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Ramirez. I think now is the time to start having a discussion about a future sales tax effort. I am not interested in doing it in either of the options that were presented, the August or the November. But I think if we want to do it, we need to have the discussions now so that in 2023, we're prepared to roll it out to the community in a way that's going to be successful.
Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate a couple of comments I made in the special session, and I'm going to focus in on my desire to have a legal opinion on the validity of utilizing a city sales tax, whether it's 1/8 of a cent or a 1/2 cent for county items such as county parks and the building of facilities that would house county offices. And I'm going to ask, and I spoke with legal counsel, Ms. Brown, about it on the break, just to reiterate that I'm going to want a legal opinion and for me to better understand how it would be legal to use a city sales tax to pay for a county item. So thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, with all due respect, and Cheryl, if you can engage me here, I'm very worried on the amount of time that we are spending on a particular subject that I think as the commission, we've been very clear on our stance. And this was similar to the conversation of revenue neutral, where it was pretty clear where the commission was, yet here we are talking about another thing that is not, the commission wasn't even considered. And we keep talking about it. I understand that the mayor has the power of the agenda, but you have the power within the staff to say yes or no. And I would think that we would be considered. I know we're going to have this code training come up, which I think is fitting, because I'm just trying to understand how can we, why are we having this conversation right now if as a commission, there's not even 6 of us that are willing to support it. So can you just respond? Who have you talked to on this day? Is who's here? Can you just give me a number that said, yes, I would be in favor of, because you're our county administrator.
I'll take that up. Commissioner, this is a democratic process. This meeting right here is designed to get the information that you wanted to you. It's not a vote. It's not permanent. It's to gauge what this commission and the body want. Now, you're one vote. You may not like it, but there's 9 other commissioners.
No. Ask now. Ask
I'm
now.
going to call this to order. I'm speaking.
Ask now.
I'm going to call you to
And
order. I'm speaking.
Ask now.
I'm going to call you to order. I'm speaking. Now, you may not like it, but everybody has a voice. And what I've heard so far from the people that have spoken is they don't like a August or November. So what we're going to do is, and the point is to gauge whether you want this or you want to push it out. I've heard from several commissioners, they're not opposed, but they want to push it out. Why is this important? It's not about me. It is not about, shouldn't be about any of us sitting here on this commission. It's about the men and women wearing these uniforms, our police, our fire, our parks director that said we needed facilities. It's about road projects that are unfunded and about the community that deserves these resources. That's why you bring conversations to the table based off what is community driven through your mayor and through staff. So we're presenting you with the very information that you're asking for. This is the body to have that conversation in public view so people know where you stand. If you want to reject it, that's fine. It's not about stopping or stifling anything. It's about having a robust conversation and debate and respecting the full commission on where you want to go. And that's what Ms. Von Ation talked about. She said, we want to gauge tonight what you want. It was thrown out. We need to do that in an official and a professional way so we can move forward. But we cannot keep having these conversations about you've heard before. Well, we need to make things official. And you've got to respect the process.
Okay, so
I didn't give you the floor.
I didn't.
I didn't give you the floor.
I
I
appealed the
didn't give you
decision.
the floor.
This is ridiculous.
I'm going to call, no, nothing's ridiculous.
is,
You've got to
because
respect the process.
You're not
and you-
respecting us.
I'm going to call you to order.
Okay, and I appealed the decision.
Okay, I'm calling you to
And I
order.
appealed the decision.
Okay, I'm going to call you to order for the third time.
Okay, and I
I'm not
appealed the
done.
decision.
I'm not done.
I know, I appealed the decision. We have to decide on it. That's Robert's Rules of Order, Mayor.
Okay, well, let me finish the conversation. So what I want is, and I'm going to respect our CFO, she wanted to gauge something. That's why you're having this debate. She presented the information. Staff spent a lot of time on this. Your police chief, your fire chief, your parks director, and Jeff Fisher, your public works director, these are items that they said aren't just things that we want. These are things that we need. And the community says these are things that they deserve. So now you have an opportunity to gauge these things and let staff and your administrator know on the direction. And whatever direction this body says you want to go, we will respect. So I believe you put something on the floor, but I just want to make sure I've got more conversation here and other people that want to chime in. So
If I could just finish my statement.
you-
I feel as though we are wasting time. And I feel as though in March, it was very clear where the commission was. And I feel like you're not respecting that. I yield the floor.
Well, you never had the floor. And I'm going to tell you this. When you're an elected official and you hear and you represent the people of this community, it's never a waste of time. If you feel you're wasting your time, then why are you here? Because the people of this community want you here to make these hard decisions. I've been here all day. And I'm going to be here as long as it takes to work with this commission to get things done. And we've got to work together and we've got to have these debates. We have got to come together as a commission to get the work of this community done. It's not a mayor's thing.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Who
Don't
on this
in- there-
commission
You're going
said
back.
yes?
You're going back to that.
I yield the floor.
I'm just saying, you cannot interrupt. You've got to respect this process and what the ordinances are. So,
Mayor,
yes,
Mayor, I am sorry to interrupt, but as parliamentarian here, I have to intervene. It is late. We are tired and we are cranky and we're not at our best selves right now. But the rules of procedure do say we need to refrain from interrupting each other when we're talking. When any member of this body is talking, they need to finish their sentence before they're interrupted. And then we need to stay with the matter at hand. So I'm going to encourage everyone to continue to be courteous with each other, to not interrupt, and to get through this agenda.
thank you. So I'm going to proceed on to Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Kane. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you. In our one-on-ones, you've talked about you're wanting to work with the commission. And I'm going to be civil. When have you asked us what we as a commission would want? We've had several budget meetings, special sessions. When have you asked okay, I see you guys don't agree with this. What would you like to see? That has not happened. So I ask, again, I'm gonna say governing is give and take, meeting in the middle. That is governing. So we are giving direction now, but I ask moving forward that you meet us in the middle and you ask us what we would like. We gave you what we thought about revenue neutral. Now you should ask, okay, what can we do to provide tax relief to our community? You haven't done that.
Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't know how many years in a row I've asked for a breakdown of the current sales tax. I haven't got it yet. I'm talking about years. And then when we saw the presentation that we got this afternoon, or earlier about all these projects that were supposed to be done, and one of them was Hutton and Leavenworth Road, which is already funded, or supposed to be, and they're supposed to start on. So they showed that. I don't know why they would show that since that's already funded. And I will not vote for any sales tax ever until we as commissioners get to talk about what we want on that sales tax rate. I don't know any commissioner that had any involvement on what we wanted to talk about, what we thought that the sales tax was supposed to be. Now, I know staff showed us the stuff that they wanted, but what about the stuff that we wanted? And I'm telling you, and I'm tired of having to say, I don't have a park west of 435. And each area has a significant amount of parks, and I've got nothing. The former administrator sold the community center back to the school districts. I don't even have a community center. And yet we're talking about building all this grandiose stuff, which and we need. But I'd like to sit down because some of that stuff I thought was way overpriced. And I'm sitting there going, no, wait, that's going to cost how much? So if we're not involved, I'm not going to push something forward. I'm not going to tell the community, hey, I want you to do this just because I want to be able to say, we sat down as a commission and said, this is what we came up with, and this is why we're asking for the sales tax increase. But now is not a good time. I don't think we could, I won't do it this year. Let me put it that way. And before we put this on a ballot, I'm going to be involved, or I'm not going to support it at all. And District 5 will know I'm not going to support it. Because we're here to represent each one of our districts. And every time I turn around, well, this park got vandalized, and this park got vandalized, and that park got vandalized. Hell, I just want to park. And I'll get people to clean the vandalism up. But we can't sit here and argue amongst ourselves when we're not sure what they're saying. And I don't support some of these projects. There's some that I think are really, really good. And I agree that but we need to, not just the police and the fire, you got to throw the sheriff's folks in there to see what their needs are. So, it's difficult for me because I've never had this happen. And all the budgets that we've done, we've always had the opportunity to speak our mind and say, this is what we want for our area. And we have not had that opportunity, and it's frustrating. And we have had, and there's nothing wrong with being, I'm probably the most vocal and the most passionate of anybody here. And I don't want to get all excited, but if I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. And all of us are elected to represent our district as best we can. So we need to be able to voice our opinion. Because some folks are pretty mellow and some aren't, and I'm the least mellow of everybody. But until I have input on this, I will never support this until I get to say, hey, you know what? Because we own property in my district, the unified government does. So there's no reason why we can't make a park out of some of the stuff that we own, other than they keep saying it cost a couple of $100,000, and that is inaccurate. You know, it's just the former, but I'm not going to call them by name. The former group didn't want it in District 5. And as the folks that have been around for a while, I've said this same thing for 17 years. And I'm going to say it until I'm not here or until I get a park. So we need to work together to get this and move in the right direction. But yeah, a lot of us have said this isn't going to work at this time. And it'll never work for me until I get something like a park and I get to voice my opinion on what we want. And there are things, I believe in a big community pool. I believe in a big community pool at Indian Springs. And it not near as much money as they talked about. But we have talked about this several times, and I feel like we're beating a dead horse.
You're welcome. Well, from the meeting earlier, let me just chime in. That was the plan, Commissioner, was to gather the information, see what the needs are based on what the community said they wanted, at least some in the community, when you talk about the things that were presented. We met with our department heads. These are things that they said that they were really significant needs, especially when you talk about public safety and you talk about recreational facilities and all those transportation and roads. A lot of that stuff unfunded. The plan was, and I mentioned that earlier, there was a lot of good questions that were brought forward about a lot of things that weren't answered. And I ended that session earlier is the next step is to get with you all, staff and the commissioners, take the information you've gotten from these department heads. And I would say, and it wasn't brought up tonight, but the park boards voted to support it. I've talked to both unions. They supported along with the chiefs. I think you were at one of the meetings, Commissioner. They supported. They don't support the timeline, but they do support getting behind this. And I know that our public works director supports. So now we brought this to you all to look at their recommendations and what they thought their needs were, and just give you a broad view of what they came up with. The next step would be is to get with you all commissioners and let you chime in, because at the end of the day, you all have to vote and you have to decide whether you want to send this forward to the people. And that's the process, because you have to get with your constituents and see if this is something they even want to do. And if it's not, I'm sure that your vote and your decision would reflect that. And again, I go back to what Ms. Von Achen, how she ended her presentation. She wants to see how you want to proceed forward. And there's ways you can proceed forward. You can say, we don't want to do this at all. And we can gauge that. Or you can say, let's push this out. Let's talk to our department heads. Let's talk to our community and see what we can come up with. And see where we're at. Those are your options. You've made it known that I think the majority said this year is out of the question. So to answer Ms. Von Achen's question, those are the two options. Do you want to proceed forward with the sales tax initiative? If you do, I just need a straw poll. If you don't, then just tell staff that you want this to die right here and right now. And we can start working on other things like tax relief and some of the other major issues that we know are out there. Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. What I think we really need to do is do just what Commissioner Kane had suggested here earlier. You know, historically, we have spent a lot of time in prioritizing, discussing capital maintenance and improvement projects. We go through a prioritization process through standing committee every fall in advance of this time every year when we consider them. And I think that that is the right venue for bringing these projects in. We put them in with the other projects that we already have on the table. We see how they mesh. We reconsider what priority order they might all be ordered in. And I think the most important thing out of all of this is we consider more thoughtfully how we're going to maintain those things that we build. Since we've all spent this time in these subcommittees really confronting the fact that we have a built infrastructure that we cannot maintain in the condition that we want to maintain it for the use of our citizens. So I would suggest that as we go through capital maintenance, we use our regular prioritization process through the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, and that we bring the work of, and I keep pointing to Jeff because Jeff, you have opened our eyes to this, that we bring the work of the infrastructure subcommittees home soon, and we confront how we're going to continue to maintain what we already have. And we're going to think about maintaining it before we build anything new.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I would refer those who didn't see or hear my comments at the 5 o'clock on this issue to the special session, but for those who didn't, I would not be in favor of moving forward with this year. I'm not sure until I get some other basic questions and a better understanding moving forward on next year, but I think that would be the time to look at it more thoroughly. I think we should go on with the regular budget process, similar to what Commissioner McKiernan meant with the CMIP. The juxtaposition of what we just heard Mr. Tatum talk about and the list that we got tonight is so vast. That, in my opinion, is what the community has said. And it goes back to the work of the subcommittees, infrastructure, trash. Last year, I know that was one of my 12 requests to the administration to upgrade the number of people we hire in code enforcement. Those are the simple things, and they resonate with the community because those are the things you see every day. Would I like to see a new community center? Well, yeah, with a big swimming pool, you know, that's my thing. But as I said earlier, why are we looking at that without knowing where it's going to be built? That's going to impact somehow how much we spend. But more importantly, I don't know yet what's going to happen with Parkwood and personnel. So to talk about now building a swimming pool, Esther Williams lover that I am, who are we going to staff it with? I mean, so these things, I think we need to deal with at a later time and just go with the budget process, see how maybe we can prioritize spending in those areas that we just heard about as our major concerns for our populace. So that's where I am.
Thank you. So just briefly, is the consensus I'm taking of this commission is that based on the question Ms. Von Achen asked, so we don't waste any more staff time. If it's not wanted, that we will table this till next year, possibly, and circle back on this conversation? Or do we continue to explore the possibility and allow you all to chime in and weigh options as we go into next year? You just want to axe it right here, right now. So now I got Commissioner Davis.
I would be for having this conversation next year. However, there is a trend that keeps happening. And I want to be very careful with this, but the trend is that the commission is not involved in these discussions, and then these particular items are put on the agenda, and then the commission reacts to it, and then we're told, well, we need to do something else, or we need to get more information. If we can just be contacted prior to this becoming public, If we can have private meetings, if we can receive emails and information prior to this being put on the agenda, we don't even have to go here. We don't have to deal with this at all. So yes, I'm all in favor of what you just said, Mayor, but if the way that this is done and the way that revenue neutral was done is also an issue. And I would like for it not to be an issue going forward. And we can solve that by having the discussion privately. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supportive of us continuing to have the conversation this year, have the conversation amongst us with the community, with the deadline of, not the deadline, but horizon of 2023 of putting sales tax on the ballot. But I don't want us to completely axe it. We need to continue, like, I believe it was Commissioner Markley, I believe, who said, like, we need to have the conversation now amongst ourselves, with our community, with staff, so that we can have the sales tax that will be successful. So I'm not in favor of axing it altogether. Let's just continue to have the conversation for next and until next year.
Thank you. All in favor of that, just unofficially, just, I guess, raise your finger if you're good with that. Okay. Awesome. All right.
Yeah, raise your arm, you're tired, raise your finger.
All right. All right, thank you. We're going to move on. And so, Ms. Von Atchen, do you have any closing remarks? You got clear direction, Administrator? Okay.
No, only that, staff will continue to work on making sure the cost estimates are right and incorporate the projects into our prioritization with other projects. And maybe look into possibly proposing as part of the upcoming budget, maybe hiring a little bit of consulting help to determine the successfulness of the project or what we need to do. I don't know. So. That too. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, this takes us to item number 4, an update on redistricting. And that's going to be given by our Chief Legal Counsel, Misty Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to defer this to Jeff Conway, an attorney in my office who has been following this. Jeff and I discussed tonight that we're going to read the temperature of the room on how rapidly we go on redistricting. And Jeff, I think you can read the temperature of the room. So.
Hopefully I'm the palate cleanser here. I don't know. Jeff Conway, Legal Department. And I will go very quickly. I just wanted to cover just a few quick points. This is a pretty critical time. Every 10 years is the census. And so the legislature's job is to redraw not only the congressional lines, but the legislative lines as well. And as you probably are aware, they passed a plan called Ad Astra 2. And in that plan, there were some interesting things, especially with respect to Wyandotte County. So the plan split Wyandotte County and took basically the northern part, shoved it over into the 2nd district. The 3rd district retained the southern part of Wyandotte County and then tacked on some rural counties to the southwest. The northern part of Wyandotte County went over to Congressional District 2. That kind of overloaded the Congressional District 2. So then they took Lawrence and added that onto the big 1st district. So you can probably guess you could go from Lawrence all the way to the Colorado state line in one congressional district. So the Wyandotte folks had some plaintiffs and brought a lawsuit. There were 2 different lawsuits that were combined with another lawsuit from Lawrence, and it was heard in Wyandotte County District Court, and Judge Clapper issued his opinion recently, just on April 25th. And I'm not going to go into the details because all the evidence was stretched over 4 days. but he essentially said it was a violation of the state constitution. And it was basically with respect to partisan and racial gerrymandering. And so he ordered that the current plan would not be administered the way it is, that the legislature would have to go through a remedial plan in the meantime. And as you can probably, as everybody could probably guess, that was appealed. And when I say the state appealed it, the defendants in that case were the Secretary of State and our election commissioner. And the Attorney General is representing them. So when I talk about defendants, that's who that is. So that case is set and it goes straight to the state Supreme Court. And that's set right now. The state Supreme Court asked the district court to expedite the matter, and it did. Now it's in the state Supreme Court, and the defendants have requested an expedited schedule. And just so you know, this isn't even on the PowerPoint, but I just found this out today that they're asking for the initial briefs on May 2nd, the response on May 9th, and the reply on May 12th, with oral arguments scheduled for May 16th. So if anybody knows anything about courts, that's moving pretty quickly. So now I was going to talk about just a few things because they're kind of interrelated. So the legislature draws the maps, draws the congressional maps, draws the legislative maps, and that determines where our precincts are going to be. Oh, I need to wrap it up. Oh, okay. Sorry. That determines where our precincts are to be, because the precincts cannot be cut by legislative lines. That's just one of the major things. And so that process is determined by the election commissioner and the Secretary of State. So the election commissioner, once the legislative and the congressional lines are set, then he can put together a map, and it gets sent off to the Secretary of State. Secretary of State approves it or sends it back or whatever, and then that sets the precincts. And once the precincts are set, then we can go ahead and put together the commissioners' districts based on, as you probably see, a lot of times it's not a map, it's just a listing of what precincts are in your commissioners' districts. So in a way, all of those things are interrelated. People are doing different things at different times, but it's kind of a chain that has to play out. And unfortunately, we're waiting for the congressional and the legislative lines to be set. Oddly enough, the legislative lines went pretty quickly. And that bill passed through the legislature. The governor signed it, and then there's an odd state constitutional provision that says that here's a process. The Attorney General has to ask the Supreme Court to ratify or basically certify that, and that process is starting. And oddly enough, the oral arguments for that is set for May 16th as well. So they're going to be busy. Then some of the questions that have come up is, all right, so what about the candidate deadlines if you're running this year? And so there is a little bit of latitude, but not much. If the redistricting process is completed earlier, then the deadlines are the same as they always are on June 1st. But if there's a problem and it takes a little bit longer, then you get an extra 10 days. So it's June 10th. So that's the two choices. It's either 1st or the 10th. And then how does this affect the commissioners? Well, under the code, there's a requirement that you would have to determine the procedures in July. And that'd be the next slide. Yes. Oh, no, sorry. That's it. Yeah, sorry. So you just determine the procedures in July, and then you'd probably nail it down by December 31st, which would mean your districts would be put in place in time for your filing deadline next year on June 1st. So I know I went through that quickly, and I could answer any questions you have. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. This leads us to an update on safe and welcoming, which is the next item on the agenda. And it's going to be given by our Chief Legal Counsel, Misty Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. It felt odd to give a presentation with my back to the commission, so I thought I would step down here and do it. Before I go into this very quick presentation on safe and welcoming, I would remind everyone, we do have a midnight rule, and if we wish to proceed through this, we will need to have a motion to suspend Rule 515 in order to proceed past midnight. I don't plan to take till midnight with my presentation unless you'd like me to, but I think we'll have time to go through it. But for the benefit of those watching, the commission went through a vigorous process and we enacted our Safe and Welcoming Act the day after the Attorney General proposed legislation that would invalidate numerous provisions of the act that we passed. That was House Bill 2717. On April 11th, that was signed into law. So what we have today is we have a current unified government ordinance for the Safe and Welcoming Act that has numerous provisions that are now invalid due to the state HB 2717. We also have provisions in there that are still in effect. So we have a bit of a conflict of, it's mixed of what we have in place. The House Bill 2717, for the benefit of the public, restricts a local government from having any law in the books that would restrict local government employees or law enforcement from cooperating with federal authorities, and also has some limitations on the use of any municipal ID and some provisions and penalties associated with that. Due to this conflict that we have, the recommendation would be to bring this matter back to a standing committee and address to formally amend the ordinance to strike the provisions that are contrary to state law. They are arguably void already, but we don't want any question of that. And we know we're going to have to touch portions of the municipal ID that passed in order to be in compliance with state law. The plan is to put something together and also address some of the questions that was raised when we discussed the municipal ID and bring that to the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee on May 23rd, working with the commissions that were part of this and also the coalition that participated as well. And at this point, that's the update and the plan that we hope to move forward. I feel like I just cleared the house, so I'll.
Okay. I got a question. Melissa Bynum?
Thanks. I'm just clarifying that basically the plan right now is to bring your recommendations to Public Works and Safety.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
That's good enough for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, in the interest of time. Stand by. Need a motion to suspend, I believe it's Rule 517.
Bynum, so moved.
I'm gonna go. Yeah. Right now, we need to go past 12 to get some of these other items. That's going to be another motion, but so there's a motion to suspend 5:17. I have a motion and a second. Clerk?
Mayor, if I may, who was second?
Burrows.
Thank you. Roll call, Burrows.
Hold on, clerk. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the intention to complete the agenda?
My intention is.
Okay,
No, I'm going to get into that here as soon as we get into that.
but that would,
The full agenda is not going to be the full agenda.
That's ridiculous. We should finish. We're almost done.
So I have a motion and a second. And I need a roll call from the clerk.
Roll call, Burrows. Townsend,
aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
States,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Bynum.
Aye.
Motion's 8-1. Motion carries.
I need a motion to defer to a future meeting, item number 6.
On the Bynum second.
Clerk, can you give me a roll call?
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
States,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
9-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to the standing committee's agenda. Item number 1, a public hearing. This item was fast-tracked from the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee meeting on Monday, April 25th, chaired by Commissioner Bynum. I'll ask Commissioner Bynum to make some opening remarks. for the
Mayor, if I may,
presentation.
do
Yes.
we need to go to regular consent agenda prior to? Just double checking. here.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Yes. All right. I got a motion and I got a second for regular consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
States,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Again, item number 1 on the standing committee's agenda is I'm going to have Commissioner Bynum do some opening remarks, followed by a presentation by Jonathan Gutierrez of Public Works.
And with all due respect to Mr. Gutierrez and all the work that you've done over the multiple years that we worked on this, I thought that we had the public hearing at the standing committee meeting, and we heard it last month. There's a part of me that wants to let you talk because you've been here all night waiting. But maybe you're good if you don't.
I'm good if I don't need to. I mean, so again, this is Jonathan Gutierrez, the Solid Waste Program Manager. So as Commissioner Bynum did state, we did the public hearing that's required by Kansas statute this past Monday. And we've done this presentation in the past to this full commission back on March 31st. So at this point in time, actually, we're going for the vote for the update of the solid waste management plan at this time.
Second.
I didn't hit my microphone, but move to approve.
I know you all are a little anxious, but we have to have a public hearing.
But what I'm saying is that we did that. We complied with the law on Monday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I did.
You're good. It's just clarity from council is that was given at your
Okay,
standing.
okay.
So we're good. So move to approve.
Did we have a motion and second?
I made the motion. We had a
did,
second.
Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, we
have-
did.
We have a
Okay.
motion and a second. Any more comments? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect to all of the work that's been done over here, I did have some questions. And I referred to the page numbers in this the presentation. I guess it was the first page of the solid waste management plan. It says, some of the recommendations are intended to be implemented in the next 5 years are compatible with current contract for residential curbside. I think I asked the essence of this question the last time we talked about this. We're currently in litigation. So I'm a bit confused as to if we pass this, what that does to our position legally. And I can ask some more detailed questions about what this does to the cost to our residents for some of these residential recommendations, like transition to a cart-based system. How much trash are we limited to on pickups for residents? So I'll stop there and kind of let some of those questions be answered right now.
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. Commissioner Townsend, those are great questions. I'm happy that you are asking them. I can, without trying to steal Mr. Gutierrez's thunder, this plan is recommendation-based. We did very carefully, because of our litigation, review the recommendations and the plan internally in the legal department and then also with outside counsel. I am satisfied that entering into this plan, which is statutorily required, that our position is preserved and that while there are recommendations from the committee, these are not requirements that we do these things, that we transition to a cart-based. It's a recommendation that we consider it and that we consider doing these things in the future. But as far as our lawsuit goes, I'm satisfied that this plan is not going to harm our position.
Thank you, Counsel. So these recommendations, if passed, accepted, does that bind us to moving forward on them as a must at some future time?
No, this is Jonathan Gutierrez, Solid Waste Program Manager. So Commissioner, it does not. Keeping in mind that this is a countywide solid waste management plan, so it looks at all the municipalities here in Wyandotte County. Again, as our legal counsel Brown mentioned, these are just recommendations. They are not requirements. The only requirement is that each county does have a solid waste management plan and that there's an update that does occur. We continue, though, as a requirement to review it annually as well. And again, these are just recommendations across the board for all the municipalities to possibly look at. And this is work that came out of the Solid Waste Management Committee that's also required by each county in the state of Kansas.
So a yes vote tonight, if a majority, just moves us to a position of saying we have a solid waste plan. Is that correct?
Yes, again, this is Jonathan Gutierrez, Solid Waste Program Manager. Yes, that is correct, that we've updated the plan as required by statute, and we do have a current plan as required.
Okay, so at some future date, if we go into the specific recommendations, again, as an example, on page 15 of what, of the presentation that we, the commissioners, received, will we have an opportunity again to talk about possible cost increases or what it means to our constituents to move forward with these recommendations or not?
Again, Jonathan Gutierrez, Solid Waste Program Manager. You are correct, Commissioner. Again, this is a recommendations at a county level. So each municipality, depending upon what the services are there, if we move towards any of those recommendations, then yes, they would be brought forward to those elected bodies and those municipalities.
Thank you. Okay. I
Chief Counsel.
understand better what my anticipated yes vote will mean. I'm not voting for higher trash cans or all that because I know we will get these questions. Thank you.
Chief Counsel.
Commissioner Misty Brown, again, I just would want to point out that this plan does not change our contract with our provider, nor does it obligate us to change the terms of our contract in the future with other future providers. It's a recommendation for things to consider in the future. And I would not be in favor of doing something that was going to obligate our constituents to pay more money and have less service, since we've spent so much time litigating those very issues.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
States,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the portion of our regular meeting, and I join us in that capacity. I'll call us back to order as the Land Bank Board of Trustees.
Second.
Does any member of the Commissioner County Administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda? Seeing none, there has been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
States.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting. We are adjourned.